Chapter 15:15. It was actually an item of the Giant of the Bitter Sea, and the Giant of the Bitter Sea was actually the mysterious person who almost defeated the Tai Ching Emperor. Endless shock reverberated in Su Yu's heart. At this moment, the Giant of the Bitter Sea raised the Azura sword, and the sword light was piercingly cold, reflecting all living beings on the ground. He grinned and said, "Congratulations on becoming the first blood sacrifice since the birth of the Azura sword." Kylar, the Azura sword slashed down from the sky, shattering the entire demon world, revealing the galaxy outside. The boundless sword edge exterminated all life with an unstoppable momentum. Standing under the sword energy, Su Yu felt as if there was nowhere to hide in this vast world. It seemed like no matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid this heaven-destroying sword. At the critical moment, Su Yu bit the tip of his tongue fiercely. The sharp pain jolted him awake. His expression gradually calmed down. With a wave of his hand, a snow-white disc appeared in his palm. He said, "Do you think you're invincible just because you've escaped?" With that, the disc expanded in size, becoming 10 times the size of the sacred sky warship in the blink of an eye. Due to its massive size, the already fragmented demonic world completely exploded. There were spatial cracks and vortexes everywhere, and it was extremely dangerous. Su Yu shouted, "All personnel, give up fighting and enter the sacred sky warship and the world annihilation plate." Swish swish swish, they had long since lost their will to fight, including Yongye Chushue. Under this sword, all of their abilities were futile. It was impossible for them to contend against it. They quickly retreated into the weapons of the two universal civilizations. The appearance of the world annihilation plate stunned the Giant of the Bitter Sea. It was only when the hundreds of world annihilation cannons on the world annihilation plate gathered their energy into the small ball in the middle that his expression finally changed. He gasped, "Could this be?" Su Yu said coldly, "Fortunately, you haven't forgotten." Bang, the sphere was filled with energy, and an extremely terrifying pillar of destructive light burst out. In terms of terror, it was several times stronger than the sacred sky warship. Just the phantoms of the great Tao laws that were attracted were as many as the hairs on a cow. The expression of the Giant of the Bitter Sea changed dramatically. It remembered the scene where its body was accidentally penetrated by a terrifying force. However, compared to the beam of light before him, the attacks he had suffered at that time were like aftershocks, almost negligible. In the blink of an eye, the Azura sword that the Giant of the Bitter Sea had slashed down seemed to be alive. It twisted at a strange angle and blocked the blow. But the remaining beam of light still pierced through the Giant of the Bitter Sea. He couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was smashed like a sieve. Su Yu shuddered. Even at such a close distance, it had not been able to kill him. This Azura sword was really troublesome. If the Shura sect sword had not blocked most of the attack, the Giant of the Bitter Sea would have died. But now, he had only suffered some minor injuries. The Giant of the Bitter Sea fell into a boundless rage. Its remaining bloody eye was filled with killing intent. It said with resentment, "Little bastard. You're ruining this emissary's plans, I'll destroy you." With that said, the Azura sect sword slashed down from the sky, carrying with it the power of annihilation and the will to kill. Su Yu's heart trembled. Clenching his teeth, he took out a palm-sized cauldron from his bosom and threw it into the air. Instantly, the small cauldron grew in size, and in the blink of an eye, it was 300 meters in size. Compared with the Azura sect sword, the enlarged divine nine-dragon cauldron was still like a speck of dust. However, this speck of dust, when the Azura sect sword slashed on it, was like a kitchen knife slashing on an iron bar. With a bang, it was bounced off. The Giant of the Bitter Sea, who was holding the long sword, was momentarily careless. His arms shook violently, and his bones shattered on the spot. The Azura sect sword in his hand fell. On the other hand, the divine nine-dragon cauldron did not move at all. It was as hard as a rock. The Giant of the Bitter Sea was shocked. What is it? He had never seen anything in the world that could block the Azura sect sword. Back then, the Tai Ching Emperor's Tai Chi Yin-Yang wings were almost destroyed by the Azura sect sword. Looking at it, it was a simple little cauldron carved with 9 divine dragons, which looked exceptionally mysterious. The giant of the bitter sea was stunned for a moment. It seemed a little familiar. When he searched in his mind, he was shocked. The Taoist artifact of the ancient god Jolong, the divine nine-dragon cauldron? How could it be in your hands? Wait, it's mine, the giant of the bitter sea realized, and his face showed ecstasy. He grabbed it with his huge palm. However, Princess Yunxia, who was on his shoulder, suddenly said hurriedly, "Be careful, your Azura sect sword." When the Azura sect sword fell, Su Yu had deployed the world annihilation plate, opened the cavern world inside, and put the 5 million feet long Azura sect sword into it. At present, more than half of the sword body had been put in. The giant of the bitter sea turned his head to look, and his heart was filled with anger. However, he had no mind to care about it. All he could see was the divine nine-dragon cauldron. However, just as he was about to grasp the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the 3 flying dragons above it let out a loud dragon roar at the same time. The dragon roars of time, space, and soul turned into the power of law. The divine nine-dragon cauldron disappeared into thin air, as if it had never been there. Almost at the same time, Su Yu's palm flashed, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron shrank to the size of a palm and returned to his palm. Putting it in his arms, Su Yu immediately jumped onto the world annihilation plate. At this moment, the world annihilation plate just happened to store the Azura sect sword. Without saying a word, Su Yu took back the sacred skyship with one hand, and with the other, he grabbed the broken chain on the ground. He maneuvered the world annihilation plate, shuttled through the broken demonic dimension, and instantly disappeared without a trace. The giant of the bitter sea laughed angrily. Not only did he not get the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but the Azura sect sword was also taken away. Well, even the seal chain on the ground was taken away. You find, die. The giant of the bitter sea sneered, and with a punch, smashed the demonic dimension that was blocking his body, and took a step forward. In an instant, all the stars within a radius of 10 million miles were crushed by the powerful aura of this one step. Snatch my Azura sect sword, Humph, even the Taiching Divine Emperor did not have the ability to do so. The giant of the bitter sea sneered. If the Azura sect sword could be so easily snatched away, why did the descendant of the demon sword Divine Emperor not take the Azura sect sword away? It was not that he did not want to, but with the strength of the descendant of the demon sword Divine Emperor, he could not do it. The giant of the bitter sea stared in the direction where the world annihilation plate disappeared, and hooked his finger. Come back. Hundreds of millions of galaxies away, the world annihilation plate was fleeing rapidly. In the inner world of the cavern, a long sword that was 50 million feet long was lying quietly. Su Yu was standing on the body of the sword, using the Milky Way star sand to quickly extract the imprint in it. However, after a long time of trying, he could only extract a tiny trace of blood, which was almost negligible. The crane deity said, "Master, the grade of this object is far above the Milky Way star sand. In addition, the cultivation of the original owner was very powerful, and the divine blood is extremely stubborn. To completely erase the imprint, I am afraid it will take several years of continuous purification." Several years? Su Yu frowned. "I am afraid we can't even wait for a moment." Just as Su Yu's voice trailed off, the Azura sect sword vibrated abruptly. The cold tip of the sword pierced through several cabins, and pressed against the back of the world annihilation plate. The Azura sect sword emitted an amazing power of Azura, which resisted the pushing force of the world annihilation plate, and sped towards the demonic dimension with the help of the world annihilation plate. "Oh no! We are retreating quickly." Yongye Wuheng's grave voice came from the control room. Su Yu's face fell. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Open the space and let this sword out." The only way was to give up this great treasure. Otherwise, if it was brought back to the side of the giant of the bitter sea, all of them would die. They had no trump card to kill the giant of the bitter sea. Their only option was to escape. Crack. The space below was opened. However, the Azura sect sword had its own consciousness. It produced a power of Azura on its own, which prevented the sword from falling into the world annihilation plate. Su Yu's face changed abruptly. "Humph. You are courting death. Soul devouring." A thread of power of devouring appeared between Su Yu's brows, which shone on the Azura sect sword abruptly. Since the Azura sect sword had a sword spirit, it must have a soul. As expected, as soon as the power of devouring appeared, the Azura sect sword trembled. However, it was extremely tenacious. It did not yield immediately. Instead, it sped up and retreated rapidly against the world annihilation plate. Everyone was shocked. Was it going to escape by jumping off the ship? If so, the world annihilation plate, which Suyu had spent many years on, would fall into the hands of the enemy. How could Suyu be willing to accept this? Just then, two shadows rushed in like lightning from the opened space entrance without any warning. Youngye Chushua yelled, "Who are you?" When she saw the two figures clearly, her eyes turned cold and she attacked without hesitation. "Miss Youngye, please calm down." One of them reached out and blocked her attack, diffusing it effortlessly. Youngye Chushua said coldly, "Zhong Wushuang, how dare you come here? Because of you, Sister Shui's life and death are unknown. She has also disappeared from the demonic dimension. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you to settle the score." Zhong Wushuang said apologetically, "I didn't want to, but please give me a chance to make up for it. She has disappeared. How are you going to make up for it?" Youngye Chushua did not buy it. Zhong Wushuang said, "I may not be good at finding people, but I am good at suppressing the world's divine weapon." He looked at the Azura sect sword, which had evil intentions, with a faint smile. Youngye Chushua was skeptical. She asked, "You are not lying to us again?" "I am telling the truth." Zhong Wushuang nodded and cupped his fists at Su Yu. "I wanted to help Brother Su to rescue Miss Luo, but I am willing to help Brother Su suppress this sword. Consider it my compensation." Su Yu looked at him and then at Han Xian, who was glaring at him, and nodded. "Sure, if you can suppress it, I will not blame you for what happened to Shuai." Zhong Wushuang laughed. "If so, I will begin." He came in front of the Azura sect sword. For some unknown reason, the Azura sect sword trembled inexplicably with a hint of fear. Su Yu was secretly surprised. In terms of strength, the artifact spirit of the Azura sect sword should be able to sense that Su Yu was stronger than it. However, it was not afraid of Su Yu at all. Instead, it was afraid of Zhong Wushuang. "Emperor killing sword!" Zhong Wushuang shouted in a low voice. A strange-looking long sword with teeth marks on both sides appeared above his head. As soon as the sword appeared, the Azura sect sword let out a trembling cry, as if it was intimidated by the virtual shadow. What was even more peculiar was that the crane deity's face was also filled with fear. His eyes flickered, and finally, he turned into starlight and returned to Su Yu's palm. Chapter 15-16. Su Yu's gaze was grave as he stared at Zhong Wushuang. His gaze was profound as he murmured in his mind, "Because that is the second Emperor-based saint artifact, the Emperor-killing sword. It can kill all living creatures, including the artifact spirit. Moreover, both of you are Emperor-based saint artifacts. The difference in levels is even greater. Even the Azura sword's artifact spirit is terrified, let alone you." The Azura sword quieted down, no longer causing trouble. Zhong Wushuang was expressionless as he held onto the Emperor Killer Sword's illusory image and stabbed it into the ground beside the Shura sect sword. "Brother Su, as long as the Shura sect sword doesn't go more than 3,000 feet away from this sword illusory image, I guarantee that the Shura sect sword's artifact spirit won't dare to cause trouble." However, he was met with Su Yu's meaningful eyes. Zhong Wushuang was expressionless. He cupped his fists and said, "If so, I shall take my leave." He leapt out of the world annihilation plate with Han Xian. Before he left, he turned back to glance at Su Yu's crown. Watching the world annihilation plate leave, Han Xian said unhappily, "He is so rude. He did not even say thank you." Zhong Wushuang's expression was one of worry as he said, "I should be the one thanking you." "Huh? Why?" Han Xian was indignant. Zhong Wushuang said, "He seemed to have recognized the secret of the Emperor's four-piece set, but he let me go so easily without any intention of stealing it. Don't you think I should thank him? If Su Yu had really wanted to keep him, he would not have been able to escape. Su Yu had restrained himself by not killing him. He is not that kind of person." Strangely, Han Xian, who had been angry at Su Yu's rudeness, was now defending him. Zhong Wushuang said, "Perhaps. Let's leave quickly. This is not a place to stay." Inside the World Annihilation Plate, Su Yu's hands behind his back tightened and loosened, showing his inner struggle. After a long while, he heaved a sigh of relief and stared at the illusory image of the Emperor Killing Sword. The Emperor's four-piece set, the divine throne of heaven and earth, and the illusory image of the Emperor Killing Sword are all on him. Su Yu felt immense pressure. Could it be that the heavens care for him so much that the four-piece set was prepared for him, a natural emperor? He could capture Zhong Wushuang and interrogate him for clues about the four-piece set. In fact, he had such a thought. But in the battle between heaven and man, rationality always prevailed. Firstly, Zhong Wushuang had just helped him suppress the Shura sect sword. There was no reason for him to repay kindness with ingratitude. Secondly, he disdained to force someone to hand over their precious items. Even if he wanted to rob, he had to do it openly. He absolutely could not do such a despicable thing. Su Yu calmed himself down and said, "Speed up and leave immediately." Yongye Wuheng asked, "Which direction?" Su Yu pondered for a moment, his eyes glinting. "Return to the ancient God Empire." Everyone was stunned. Yongye Chushue said hesitantly, "Won't this implicate the innocent people of the divine realm? We can escape again, but they. I'm afraid the giant of the bitter sea can destroy them with just a thought." Su Yu shook his head. "Although the Xing River is vast, it has an end. We can't just run away. I want to meet them in the divine realm empire." Huh! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. With the giant of the bitter sea? Was there any possibility of victory? "But I need you to buy some time. I'll leave it to you to avoid the giant of the bitter sea," Su Yu said. Yongye Chushue nodded. "Don't worry, unless we die, we will never give up any hope." Nodding, Su Yu turned around and entered the secret room of the main warehouse. The giant of the bitter sea had the absolute strength of a level 1. How could it be easy to fight it? "It seems that I can only make some last-minute preparations. I hope it will work," Su Yu murmured. His soul moved and entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl. In the cavern world, Shunga, who had transformed into a beautiful girl, was diligently cleaning the nursery. Sensing Su Yu's arrival, she immediately flashed over, a little resentful and a little excited. "You haven't been here for several years. I thought the 9-jade spiritual pearl was lost." Su Yu said, "It's a long story. I've been training hard for several years. I really can't find the time." Hearing Su Yu's patient explanation, Shunga was flattered and hurriedly said, "It's okay, it's okay. Don't worry about our feelings. We will be very embarrassed." "We?" Su Yu was stunned. Was there anyone else here besides Shunga? Shaking his head in confusion, Su Yu flashed to the front of the nursery and saw a little girl about 10 years old in colorful clothes. She was bending over and plucking the heavenly orchid silver bamboo seedlings in the nursery. Su Yu shouted coldly, "Who are you?" The little girl in colorful clothes was not aware that there was someone behind her. Startled, she turned her head and said angrily, "Are you trying to scare me to death?" She was still holding a heavenly orchid silver bamboo in her mouth, and her words were unclear. Su Yu laughed angrily. How dare she be so arrogant after stealing his spiritual item? Kai. A long sword made of golden flames forbidden wood appeared in Su Yu's palm, and he jumped up and slashed horizontally. The little girl in colorful clothes raised her eyebrows and was so angry that her teeth were chattering. "Wow, you have gone too far." Her slender palm went against the sharp light of the sword and grabbed it fiercely. To Su Yu's surprise, she easily grabbed the long sword made of golden flames forbidden wood. The long sword made of golden flames forbidden wood, which could cut anything, failed to cut through her palm. Not even the skin was scratched. What surprised Su Yu even more was that the little girl in colorful clothes had infinite strength. When she grabbed the long sword made of golden flames forbidden wood and pulled, Su Yu was almost pulled away. Moreover, she did not seem to have used all her strength. Unable to pull him away, the little girl seemed to be getting angry. She lowered her head and bit the long sword made of golden flames forbidden wood. Crack! To Su Yu's surprise, she broke the long sword made of golden flames forbidden wood with one bite. That was not all. She chewed it with relish, and with a look of disgust, she said, "It tastes terrible. It's not even as good as the older heavenly orchid silver bamboo. You are courting death." Su Yu's eyes turned cold. Golden light flickered in his palm, and a small golden bell appeared. It expanded in the air and then fell with a bang, trapping the little girl inside. The little girl was so angry that she raised her eyebrows. She punched the tiny East Emperor bell with both fists, and the bell buzzed incessantly. Su Yu was extremely surprised. He had personally experienced the power of the tiny East Emperor bell. Even a blow from the sacred sky warship that was full of energy could not shake it in the slightest. This little girl in colorful clothes was so powerful that even a casual punch could shake the bell to the point that it was about to break open. The next scene made Su Yu feel even more incredulous. Her punches were ineffective, and she opened her mouth to bite it. The most terrifying thing was that she really bit off a layer of debris. Holding it in her mouth, the little girl in colorful clothes was full of excitement and agitation. "Delicious. This is delicious." As she spoke, she continued to bite. Su Yu felt his heart ache. This was the 23rd Emperor-based Saint artifact. It had not even warmed up in his hands, and it was about to be eaten by this girl with strange strength. Anger rose in his heart, and Su Yu's eyes immediately shot out 3 rays of brilliance, vaguely surrounding the virtual shadow of the chain of rules. Time and space reversal law. The 3-colored light beam enveloped the little girl in colorful clothes, and the power of the rules of time, space, and soul wrapped her into the time and space reversal law. However, what made Su Yu's eyes widen was that the little girl twisted her body in dissatisfaction and broke free from the time and space reversal law. She continued to bite it excitedly. Su Yu was very surprised. Even the giant of the bitter sea could not ignore the time and space reversal law. What was this little girl? Seeing that she was about to bite the Tai East Emperor bell, Su Yu was anxious and took out a huge and rough chain, which carried the corrosive smell of the bitter sea. It was the chain that had sealed the giant of the bitter sea. Open. Su Yu opened a gap in the Tai East Emperor bell, and the chain in his hand flew out quickly, instantly entangling the little girl. The little girl's body was not as thick as the chain, and she was like a little grasshopper who was tied up. However, it was this little grasshopper who pushed the chain open with both hands and was about to break free. How could Su Yu allow her to break free? His hands shook violently, and more chains smashed over, pressing the little girl under a pile of chains. From a distance, it looked like a small mountain. Even so, the chain mountain was constantly shaking, and the little girl's angry voice came from it. "You bastard, how dare you treat me like this? I will eat you." The small mountain shook for a long time, but it was not really broken. Su Yu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Where did this horrible little girl come from? At this moment, Shunga rushed over and looked at the messy surroundings. What happened? Su Yu stared at her. Why didn't you report that a dangerous creature appeared in the 9-jade spiritual pearl? Ah! Shunga just realized that Su Yu had just fought with something, and said hurriedly, "Shunga is useless. Master, please punish me. I really didn't know what broke in." She was extremely surprised that something had broken in, and neither she nor Su Yu had noticed it. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Su Yu's face softened a little. "Forget it. Even I didn't notice when this creature came in. How could you detect it?" Shunga still felt ashamed, and asked with concern, "Master, are you hurt?" Su Yu shook his head. "I'm fine. Fortunately, I got 2 powerful treasures, and I managed to suppress it. Otherwise, I would have been in danger." Su Yu shuddered when he thought of the girl's strange strength and the teeth that could break the Tai East Emperor bell. Shunga is relieved that Master is fine. Shunga patted her small chest, and then complained, "Master was attacked, so why did Little Butterfly just stand by and watch?" Su Yu was stunned. "Little Butterfly?" Shunga blinked her eyes. "Yes, it's the mutated 9-colored chaos butterfly. She broke out of the cocoon and transformed into a human. Strange, this fellow should be eating things in the nursery, so why didn't she show up at such a critical moment?" "Humph, really? Wait." Su Yu was stunned. Transformed into a human? Stealing things in the nursery? He couldn't help but look at the small mountain of chains, and asked with a strange expression, "Are you talking about a little girl about 10 years old in colorful clothes?" Shunga blinked her clear eyes. "Yes." Su Yu's expression became even more strange. "She has extraordinary strength, and she can eat anything?" How do you know everything? I didn't tell you about it." Shunga stared at Su Yu strangely. The veins on Su Yu's forehead twitched, and after a while, he said in a low voice, "If it's her, I think I've seen her before." "Ah, you've seen her. I wanted to give you a surprise." Shunga was a little disappointed. Su Yu's veins twitched even more violently, and he stared at Shunga. "Not only have I seen her, but I've also fought with her." "What?" Little Butterfly had a conflict with Master. "Wait." Shunga turned her head stiffly to look behind her, and stammered, "The fierce living creature that Master was talking about, could it be Little Butterfly?" Su Yu glared at her. "What do you think? This is a big surprise." They had fought to the death for half a day, but in the end, they were fighting their own people. Chapter 15-17. Sheng Ji was dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the shaking chain hill and said, She. Glaring at her, Su Yu retracted his palm, and the thick chains were pulled back with a whoosh. But the girl was nowhere to be seen. Su Yu was surprised. Why was she gone? At that moment, Su Yu suddenly felt that the end of the chain was extremely heavy. He glanced with his transparent eye and could not help but laugh. The broken section of the chain was eaten hollow by the girl with monstrous strength. She burrowed into the chain and ate it heartily. No wonder the chain hill had not moved for a long time. So that was why. She could really eat anything. Even the chain that sealed the giant of the bitter sea was no exception. But speaking of which, her teeth were terrifying. The giant of the bitter sea was extremely powerful, but he had been sealed by the chain for tens of millions of years. Su Yu and the others had used all their strength to barely break free from the chain. But what about the girl? She ate the chain that had sealed him for countless years as if it was a meal. "Come out!" Su Yu yelled angrily. The chain shook. The girl, who was happily eating, was not prepared and fell to the ground. Ouch! The girl rubbed her butt and looked up angrily. When she realized it was Su Yu again, she crawled up. "Ah! You bastard! Why do you always disturb me? I'm going to eat you." Ouch! Seeing that the girl was about to pounce on her again, Sheng Ji finally understood why there was a conflict between them. "Xiao Dai, stop. How could you be so rude to your master?" Sheng Ji scolded. The strange thing was that the girl was not afraid of Su Yu. Instead, she was in awe of Sheng Ji. She immediately put down her hands and stood there like an obedient child, not daring to raise her head. After Sheng Ji scolded her, she shrank her neck, as if she was very afraid of her. Su Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. "Why would the fearless little killing star be afraid of you?" Sheng Ji was a little embarrassed. "She probably thinks of me as her sister." Since Xiao Dai was discovered, Sheng Ji had been taking care of her. To the newly born Xiao Dai, Sheng Ji was like family. Recalling that Xiao Dai was very attached to Sheng Ji when she was still in her butterfly form, everything made sense. Finally, there was someone who could suppress her. Su Yu felt relieved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the girl with the strange strength. He wasn't afraid of the power of law, and he could devour emperor-based saint artifacts. Moreover, he had shocking strength. He was simply an invincible overlord. "I see," Su Yu said slowly as he sized up the little butterfly. "This is interesting. According to common sense, the 9-colored chaos butterfly is born with a human form. Then, it breaks out of its cocoon and turns into a butterfly form. Finally, it evolves into a worm form and becomes a queen worm. This mutated 9-colored chaos butterfly seems to be the exact opposite." Shunga said, "I've asked Xiao Dai, and she doesn't know either. Maybe it has something to do with mutation. Anything that mutates will be beyond common sense." Su Yu nodded, then shook his head. No matter how strong the mutation, it would not reverse the normal evolution process. Little Butterfly was a little strange. However, no matter how strange it was, she had become a great help to Su Yu. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu took out the divine 9-dragon cauldron. As soon as this thing appeared, Xiao Dai suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were shining like two small suns, and her mouth was drooling. Delicious. Sister, I want to eat that. Suyu's face darkened. Shunga hurriedly scolded, Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. You are not allowed to eat anything that belongs to the master. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Xiao Dai shivered and hurriedly lowered her head. However, she kept stealing glances at the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Suyu took out 2 drops of diluted ancient god nine-dragon blood and gave one to Shunga and Xiao Dai. Shunga took it and immediately felt the terrifying power of law contained within it. She said in horror, "What kind of spiritual liquid is this? How could it be so terrifying? If the energy in it was released, it would be enough to kill a large number of people, wouldn't it?" Suyu put away the divine nine-dragon cauldron expressionlessly and said, "It's a kind of divine blood. After you consume it, it will bring unexpected benefits to your body's evolution." Divine blood? What kind of deity's blood could be so terrifying? Shunga clicked her tongue. Then, she thought of something and said, "By the way, Xiao Dai has the body of a butterfly. She only eats spiritual objects of the world. She has never been interested in the flesh of any living creature. When she was still a caterpillar, Suyu had tried to obtain the flesh of an all-creations-old monster. However, she did not eat it at all." Wow! What a delicious thing! What stunned Shunga and Suyu was that Xiao Dai, who initially looked disgusted, gradually realized that this drop of divine blood was different from the others and cheered. She was so excited that she swallowed the divine blood in one gulp. When the mysterious ancient god's energy filled her body and transformed it, Xiao Dai was even more elated. She stretched out her small palm towards Suyu and asked for more eagerly. "I want more. Give me all of it." "In your dreams." Suyu rolled his eyes and said seriously, "This divine blood contains too much power of law. It's not suitable to consume too much. When I find a way to consume it continuously, I'll share more with you." Humph. Stingy, stingy, master is a stingy. Xiao Dai's face fell immediately. She rolled on the ground and complained incessantly. "You eat and drink from me, and now you're calling me stingy?" The blue veins on Suyu's forehead twitched again. He felt that his good temper was about to collapse. He had the urge to hang her up and give her a good spanking. Taking a deep breath, Suyu stepped over her and came to the nursery. In the nursery, there were 2 spiritual plants, one gold and one silver, that were 1,000,000 feet tall. The silver one was naturally the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. It had been cultivated by Suyu since he obtained the 9-jade spiritual pearl. It had been cultivated for more than 20 years. During the few years that Master was in isolation, it reached the requirement of 10,000 years 2 years ago. Now it's 12,000 years old, Shengji murmured as she looked up at the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Suyu stared at the 10,000-year-old heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Apart from being taller, the most obvious difference between it and the ordinary heavenly orchid silver bamboo was that its entire body was dark. It was no longer shiny silver, but had a dull silvery white hue. Suyu tried to touch it with his palm, but he heard Shengji yell anxiously, "Be careful." Suyu reacted quickly and immediately withdrew his hand. At that moment, the surface of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo released a string of black thunder and lightning. Although Suyu withdrew his hand quickly, a faint trace of thunder and lightning still entered his body. His body abruptly turned into ashes, leaving only his torso formed from the laws of nature. Shengji shouted, "Ah, Master!" She had never expected Suyu to die like that. "Boo-hoo, Master, you're dead. What am I going to do?" Shengji cried. At that moment, a pure life rule surrounded Suyu's rule body. His body quickly recovered, and he even maintained the posture he had when he was alive. He said, "Why are you crying? I won't die so easily." Chapter 15:18. When the age of any spiritual plant exceeded the normal upper limit, it would mutate. When the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, which was originally only 900 years old, reached 1,000 years of age, it gave birth to purple lightning, but it was very weak, so Suyu did not care. Who knew that after 10,000 years, the lightning would evolve to such a terrifying degree? Even a level 2 deity would be in grave danger if struck by it. A glimmer of excitement flickered between Su Yu's brows. My painstaking cultivation of it for more than 20 years was not in vain. I have finally gained something, Shunga said with a smile. This 10,000-year-old heavenly orchid silver bamboo is probably one of a kind in the world. Only the supreme growing soil can cultivate a divine wood of unlimited age. You don't know this, but Xiao Dai dares to eat anything except this heavenly orchid silver bamboo. You can see how powerful this divine wood is. Oh! Su Yu was surprised. Xiao Dai's terrible gnawing power was actually fearful of the 10,000-year-old heavenly orchid silver bamboo. This bit of lightning shouldn't be a threat to her, right? With some doubts, Su Yu looked at the divine bamboo again. Suddenly, he found that at the top of the divine bamboo, among the silvery bamboo leaves, there was something the size of a fist. It was round and shining with silver light, but he did not know what it was. What is that? Su Yu was a little stunned. Shunga said, it's the fruit of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. It grows after 10,000 years, and it's already this big. It then grows another 2,000 years, and it's still this big. Fruit. Su Yu was stunned. Could bamboo bear fruit? There was no record of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo bearing fruit. That's strange. Su Yu flew up and subconsciously reached out to take it, but his hand stopped midway. He had already suffered from the thunder and lightning of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, and he did not want to take the risk again. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu said to Xiao Dai, "Come, try it and see if it's poisonous." "Ah, you want to poison me? I won't eat it, absolutely won't eat it." Xiao Dai's head was like a rattle drum, her small body shrinking back. Su Yu very keenly noticed that her eyes were fixed on the fruit. Although she tried very hard to hide the fear in her heart, she could not hide it no matter what. It actually made her feel apprehensive. It seemed that this fruit was not ordinary. Su Yu found a jade sword and a jade box, then flipped his wrist. The jade sword cut through the silver fruit, and the silver fruit fell into the jade box. Su Yu immediately sealed it with his divine power. Separated by the jade box, Su Yu did not sense anything special about the silver fruit. He did not know why Xiao Dai was so afraid of it. Su Yu had no time to pay too much attention to it. With a single thought, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo was uprooted. After waiting for so long, I can finally refine the cosmos sword formation. Su Yu was unable to suppress his excitement. After all, he had obtained this sword manual for so many years, and he finally had the chance to use his strongest technique. At the same time, Su Yu glanced at a spiritual plant burning with golden flames beside the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. It was the golden flames forbidden wood. The seed obtained back then had now grown into a towering giant tree with 4,000 years of age. Although it was not as good as the golden flames forbidden wood, it was still a rare divine wood in the world. However, it would be a pity to chop it off just like that. Shunga smiled and said, "Master, you don't have to feel regretful. The golden flames forbidden wood is different from ordinary divine wood. As long as its rhizome is left, it can continue to grow, and its age will not be affected." That's great. Su Yu was delighted. If he waited another 10 years, the golden flames forbidden wood would also grow to be 10,000 years old, and it would be another divine wood of heaven and earth. With a thought, the golden flames forbidden wood was uprooted. With 2 divine woods, Su Yu returned to the outside world. Staring at the 2 divine woods that had been cultivated for many years, Su Yu was full of expectations. He took out a furnace the size of a palm. The furnace was warm, as if there was always a flame burning inside. The Great Desolation Furnace is something that I have painstakingly obtained. Without it, I am afraid it would have been impossible to refine these 2 divine woods, Su Yu murmured. Then, Su Yu took out the 10,000 soulstone, the South Sea divine crystal, and many other auxiliary materials, all of which Su Yu had spent a lot of effort to obtain. After adjusting his state of mind, Su Yu immediately began to refine. At the same time, the giant of the bitter sea, who was staring at the depths of the starry sky with a sneer, suddenly changed his expression. How could this be? What was it that suppressed my Shura sword? He had been controlling the Azura sword to bring it back with the World Annihilation Plate. Unexpectedly, an inexplicable resistance suddenly appeared, cutting off the connection between him and the spirit of the Azura sword. Consort Yunxia was also surprised and thought, could it be the kid's Milky Way star sand? Impossible. The giant of the Bitter Sea was very sure. The ranking of the Milky Way star sand is far lower than that of the Azura sword. It is impossible to purify my mark in it without a few years. There must be a powerful person intervening. Powerful person. Consort Yunxia frowned deeply and said, after so many years, are there really powerful people in the Star River God realm? The giant of the Bitter Sea frowned and said, in theory, it is impossible for them to still exist. The endless years alone can obliterate them. Go after them immediately. That little bastard dared to seize my Azura sword. He is already a dead end, not to mention that he has the Taoist artifact of the ancient god Jiolong. This is an original sin, and he must die. Bang! The giant of the Bitter Sea took a step forward, and with each step, the Star River rolled and splashed up monstrous waves. Countless stars along the way suddenly trembled, and those that were close to his body were directly shattered into Star River dust. After the Azura sword was suppressed, the World Annihilation Plate activated its full power and instantly broke through the speed of tens of millions of miles of Star River, galloping in the Star River. At this time, there was an amazing fluctuation coming from behind, and everyone was startled. Looking from afar, at the end of the Star River behind them, an incomparably majestic giant stepped on the waves of the Star River and chased after them at an extraordinary speed. Almost with every step he took, he closed the distance between them. After 10 seconds, the giant of the Bitter Sea was already standing behind them. Yongye Wuheng was surprised. How can he be so fast? Bai Wanqing's purple pupils bloomed with magnificent purple light, shrouding the giant of the Bitter Sea. After a while, she said, he has the power of Azura and is rapidly mutating. Everyone looked carefully and found that there were indeed clusters of black feathers growing on the surface of the giant of the Bitter Sea. Behind him, a pair of dark wings quickly condensed. The mutation of the Azura creature? Yongye Chushua's face was slightly pale. She was too familiar with this scene. In the previous battle with the general of the Holy Magic Hall, the other party's Azura mutation had put her in a perilous situation. Yongye Wuheng said in a deep voice, it seems that the reason why the creatures of the Holy Magic Hall in the Devil Realm can be mutated should be because of this half-Sura half-demon giant of the Bitter Sea. Ha ha ha. In the starry sky, a creepy voice came, Ants, is it easy to take my Azura sword? Everyone's heart sank. If they were caught, they would die. Chapter 15:19. Yongye Wuheng made a prompt decision. Superior Extermination Cannon, Earthly Dragon Beasts, World Annihilation Cannon, activate. Many powerful civilization weapons appeared on the disk. Beams of destructive light burst out and bombarded the starry sky behind them. Haha, when the divine territory was still intact, even the more powerful civilization weapons couldn't do anything to me. What can these low-level weapons do? In the dust, the giant of the Bitter Sea's body was covered with black feathers. He blocked all the attacks and was unharmed. Yongye Wuheng's face darkened. Protect the World Annihilation Plate. Swish. Swish. The 30 earthly dragon beasts were thrown down. They chose to self-destruct, shattering all the stars in the surroundings and creating huge waves in the endless Star River. For a moment, the Star River was in chaos. The giant of the Bitter Sea narrowed his eyes and snorted. 2 terrifying gusts of wind blew out from his nostrils, sweeping away the dust and the huge waves. However, the World Annihilation Plate disappeared without a trace. The giant of the Bitter Sea stared at the unfathomable Star River below and sneered. Hiding in the Star River? Haha, if you escape like this, it will be the biggest joke in the world. Divine ice of the South Pole. The giant of the Bitter Sea stepped into the Star River. The extreme coldness rushed into the Star River and froze the surrounding thousands of miles. The Star River instantly turned into an ice river. The wild beasts that couldn't escape in time could be seen clearly in the ice river. The giant of the Bitter Sea laughed mockingly. Oh, you escaped really fast. After that, he took another step forward. As a result, thousands of miles of the Star River froze again. The tail of the World Annihilation Plate, which was lurking at the bottom of the Star River, was frozen by the cold air and instantly turned into broken ice. The cold air followed the tail and quickly spread into the interior of the world annihilation plate, endangering the living creatures inside. Yongye Wuheng said decisively, "Give up the tail." Under his control, the world annihilation plate entered a state of partial disintegration. Except for the tail, everything was separated from the main body. However, this was only a temporary solution. The giant of the bitter sea could freeze all of them with a single kick. At the critical moment, Bai Wanqing bit her red lips. "I'll scout for everyone." She was the best at spying, including fate. The purple light in his eyes reached its peak, as if he couldn't bear such pressure. Blood filled the corners of his eyes and slowly slid down. The sharp pain caused her eyes to tremble uncontrollably, as if they would close at any moment. But she relied on her willpower and persevered. After several breaths of time, her face was pale as she said, "Fate is chaotic, there is only defiance." Reverse. This was the path of survival that Bai Wanqing saw, but what did it mean? Just as he was about to ask, Bai Wanqing's eyes were filled with blood, and the purple glow dimmed. Her delicate body was so weak that she fell into a coma. Everyone could see how dangerous it was to pry too much into fate. Yongye Chushue immediately supported him. Her eyes were full of gratitude and determination. "Brother, don't let her efforts go to waste." Nodding deeply, Yongye Wuheng's mind raced, and he thought hard. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he said, "The so-called defy, is it to go against the galaxy?" The source of the galaxy came from the east. Did Bai Wanqing mean that there was a glimmer of hope in the east? As for the east, wasn't that the direction of the God Realm Empire, which was also the direction Su Yu had requested? Feeling delighted, Yongye Wuheng immediately manipulated the world annihilation plate to move against the current of the Star River. As a result, an unexpected scene appeared. In the countercurrent, there was a vague force guiding it, which made the speed of the world annihilation plate soar several times. In an instant, the distance between it and the giant of the bitter sea was widened. Along the way, it could be clearly seen that the wild beasts at the bottom of the river were all using this force to quickly shuttle to the bottom of the Star River. What a strange force! Yongye Wuheng was pleasantly surprised. Yongye Chushue also felt it was incredible. To be able to guide such a fast speed, and it seems to have existed for a long time, the source of this force is unimaginably powerful. Is there really an unknown secret hidden in the small Star River God Realm? Yongye Wuheng said excitedly, "This Star River is definitely not as simple as it looks. You know, we were lost in the ancient God Realm and sank in the sea, and the source of the seawater is this Star River." How vast was the lost nation? It was thousands of times larger than the Star River God Realm. However, the lost nation was submerged by the Star River water flowing down from the Star River God Realm, but the small Star River God Realm was never submerged. There must be something special about the source of this river. With the help of this traction force, they rushed out countless miles in an instant. The giant of the bitter sea caught up with them, holding the tail of the world annihilation plate in his hand. Before he could sneer, he immediately noticed that the speed of the world annihilation plate had increased sharply. The giant of the bitter sea's face changed, and he stepped forward to chase it. However, with the help of the traction force from the bottom of the water, the giant of the bitter sea could not close the distance between them, and could only stare at the world annihilation plate from a distance. What's going on with the traction force from the bottom of the Star River? Why is there such a majestic force hidden in the countercurrent at the bottom of the Star River? The giant of the bitter sea called it majestic, which showed how great this force was. "Let's see where you can escape to." The giant of the bitter sea chased after them, crushing a large piece of the starry sky along the way. This chase lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. The distance between them did not shrink, but as they got closer to the source of the Star River, the distance grew. This was because the traction force in the countercurrent was also getting stronger and stronger. And the direction of the countercurrent was not somewhere else, but the bottom of the God Realm Empire. Yongye Wuheng was slightly surprised. The bottom? Isn't that the ancient relic of the God Realm Empire? Is that the source? Just as it was about to hit the God Realm Empire, the traction force strangely disappeared, as if it had been isolated by something. The speed of the world annihilation plate decreased rapidly, and finally returned to its original speed. The giant of the bitter sea sensed the strangeness of the world annihilation plate. He laughed loudly, kicked his legs, jumped up, and then suddenly fell, smashing near the world annihilation plate. The horrifying falling momentum splashed the water of the star river hundreds of millions of feet high. The violent waves directly rushed to the God Realm Empire, submerging more than half of the cavern worlds. Then, the cold air emitted from the souls of the giant of the bitter sea instantly froze all the water of the star river. Those cavern worlds that were submerged were also frozen in an instant. At the bottom of the star river, Yongye Wuheng's face changed dramatically, and he immediately controlled the world annihilation plate to rush out of the water. Before the star river froze, at the critical moment, the world annihilation plate rolled up a pile of broken ice and rushed out. However, the moment it rushed out, a grin shook the starry sky. A giant palm that covered the sky and the sun had long been prepared to grab the world annihilation plate. The giant of the bitter sea sneered gloomily, "You can escape from me for 2 days in a row. You can die proud. Now, it's time to end it." Yongye Chushua's eyes flashed, and she said, "Don't you want Brother Su's treasure? If we die like this, his treasures might be destroyed." Ha 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 ha. The giant of the bitter sea looked up to the sky and laughed. "Little ant, don't threaten me. I know this thing better than you. Even if the God realm is destroyed, it will be safe and sound. If he dies, this divine thing will choose a new master." After saying that, he clenched his 5 fingers, and the world annihilation plate made a creaking sound. The expressions of many creatures changed dramatically. The world annihilation plate was about to break. However, at this moment, the world annihilation plate suddenly emitted bursts of golden light. 9 blazing suns rose into the sky and quickly surrounded the palm of the giant of the bitter sea. Suddenly, the giant of the bitter sea screamed. The 5 fingers of his giant palm were broken from the joints. Surrounded by the 9 blazing suns, a silver-haired figure with a crown stepped on a huge furnace and rose into the sky. "You have all done your best. Leave the rest to me," Suyu said slowly, his eyes filled with sharp light. Suyu was at the final stage of refining the 9 swords of the Cosmos sword formation, but he had not succeeded yet. Chapter 1520. The giant of the bitter sea roared as his 5 fingers were cut off. The divine blood that spurted out from his fingers was like 5 water pillars that rolled the world annihilation plate. The god's blood contained great power, and the surface of the world annihilation plate was corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the deep space cavern was revealed, causing great panic among the living creatures in the cavern world. Suyu's eyes flickered as he pressed his hands together. The 9 brilliant golden suns combined into one and condensed into a gigantic golden disk, which cut off the 5 blood pillars. As such, the world annihilation plate was able to escape the calamity. A 5,000-year-old 9 solar sword formation. "Little bastard, who gave it to you?" The giant of the bitter sea covered his broken finger, endured the sharp pain, and asked in surprise. Suyu was as indifferent as dust. He pushed his palms forward, and the 9 blazing suns disappeared in an instant, leaving 9 residual shadows in the sky. When it reappeared, it had already passed through the body of the giant of the bitter sea. 9 long sword scars could be clearly seen on its enormous body, and transparent divine blood was slowly seeping through them. Puff, with a muffled sound, a large amount of divine blood spurted out from the sword mark. That incomparably huge body slid down along the sword mark, and was actually sliced into pieces by the all-new 9 Suns sword formation. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, the Yongye siblings were inexplicably shocked. They felt an inexplicable sense of distance, as if the distance between them and Suyu had been widened to the point where it was impossible to catch up. They were chased by the giant of the bitter sea, but Suyu killed the giant of the bitter sea with a brand new sword formation. After that, their eyes flickered with pleasant surprise and excitement. Big Brother Su went into seclusion for several days just to refine such a sword array. We didn't waste the time we bought for him. Yongye Chushue's eyes shone brightly. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from her shoulders. Yongye Wuheng also heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. That was close. But at least it can end now. Only the first prince gripped the demon's sword tightly in his hand. Not only did he not loosen his grip, but he instead gripped it even tighter. His expression also became even more grave as he said in a low voice, "It's impossible for a living being that has been sealed for tens of millions of years to die so easily. If it was so easy to kill him, why didn't the descendant of the demon sword monarch just end his life? Why did he spend so much effort to seal him?" Sure enough, the giant of the bitter sea was divided into 9. But after the 9 body parts landed on the ground, each turned into a separate giant of the bitter sea. Although it was only 1/9 of the complete giant of the bitter sea, there was no damage at all. The 9 giants of the bitter sea smiled contemptuously at the same time and said in unison, "Unfortunately, only the refined sword body is only 5,000 years old. If it was the real complete version of the 9 suns sword formation, I would still be afraid of you. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to refine the complete version." Whoosh, the 9 giants of the bitter sea disappeared at the same time, and when they reappeared, they were each flashing near the golden sun. But every giant of the bitter sea, the black feathers all over their body shook off one after another, densely packed like dark clouds, wrapping the blazing sun. From the looks of it, he was prepared to seal the 9 suns sword formation. Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and he put his palms together. The 9 blazing suns exploded with golden light, piercing through the black feather blockade and converging in one place. The 9 suns fused into one and transformed into an incomparably huge golden sword. With the sword hilt as the center, it drew an arc of sword chi that covered tens of millions of feet. Puff, puff. But there were countless shattering sounds, and all 9 giants of the bitter sea were cut in half at the waist. Strangely, as before, the 9 giants of the bitter sea turned into 18. Humph. "Ant, I told you, you can't kill me." The 18 giants of the bitter sea sneered and shot out black feathers that covered the sky, swallowing the giant sword in an instant. The golden light dissipated, and the psychological connection between the 9 suns sword formation and Su Yu was isolated by a tyrannical force, and it was difficult to command it. The 18 figures of the giants of the bitter sea did not hesitate and immediately attacked Su Yu. Any one of them was far stronger than a second heavenly layer cultivator. At this time, the furnace under Su Yu's feet sizzled, and the flames inside were like boiling magma, constantly spewing out. Su Yu's heart moved slightly. The refining of the cosmos sword formation had reached the final stage, and it was about to succeed. After several days of painstaking refining, there was no movement, but there were signs of success at the last moment. The giant of the bitter sea was more sensitive, and his pupils shrank slightly. He stared at the furnace and said, "You seem to be refining something extraordinary. Even I, the emissary, feel a lot of danger. It's a pity that you won't have a chance to refine it successfully." The giant of the bitter sea shook his head with pity, and the 18 figures split into half to snatch the furnace. Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he pointed at the 9 jade spiritual pearl and shouted, "Little butterfly, it's your turn." Inside the 9 jade spiritual pearl, little butterfly's voice of refusal came, "I'm not coming out. There are delicious food and drinks here, why should I go outside? Really? That cauldron of divine blood is going to be taken away, and you don't care?" Su Yu said lightly. Swish. While Su Yu's words were still falling, a colorful shadow appeared in front of him, and suddenly a petite girl appeared. She raised her eyebrows eagerly, pouted, and glared angrily. "Who is it? Who wants to snatch it? Come out, I promise I won't eat him." Suddenly, little butterfly sensed the 18 figures behind her. She turned her head, raised her eyebrows, and pointed at him with one hand on her waist. "Are you the one who snatched my things?" The giant of the bitter sea was slightly stunned. He instinctively felt that this humanoid little girl was not simple, but he couldn't let Su Yu finish refining the things in the furnace. The 18 figures completely ignored little butterfly, bypassed her, and went straight to the furnace. Little butterfly reached out to stop them, and said angrily, "It seems that you are not bad. You snatched my things, I will eat you." As she spoke, she pounced on the nearest figure with her teeth and claws. The figure smiled contemptuously and slapped her casually. With the great power of the giant of the bitter sea, it was enough to slap her into pieces. However, what the giant of the bitter sea did not expect was that the other party only used one hand, clenched it into a fist, and smashed it. Not only did this punch block his palm attack, it even shattered his arm into pieces. Compared with the huge body of the giant of the bitter sea, little butterfly was only like a grain of sand. However, it was an inconspicuous little creature that contained amazing power. How is it possible? The giant of the bitter sea was shocked. What was even more horrifying was that little butterfly then grabbed a strand of the giant's hair with both hands, and then threw him over her shoulder. The giant of the bitter sea was horrified to find that in front of this creature, he had no power to resist and was thrown to the ground. But the nightmare was not over. Little butterfly jumped on him and wrinkled her nose in disgust. It tastes terrible. Let's try it. To his horror, little butterfly opened her mouth and bit the space between his eyebrows. Then, the huge body of the giant of the bitter sea quickly shrank into a thumb-sized mass and was sucked into little butterfly's mouth. Chomp chomp, little butterfly chewed hard, and there was a sour sound of bones being crushed in her mouth, along with the painful scream of the giant of the bitter sea. Little butterfly had a disgusted look on her face, as if it tasted terrible. That scene was indescribably creepy. As she swallowed it, the breath of the giant of the bitter sea was completely erased from the world. Ooh, it tastes terrible. I told you that creatures are the most disgusting things to eat. Little butterfly stared at Suyu and complained. It's all your fault. You gave me that spiritual liquid, and now I can eat creatures. You have to compensate me. Before this, she only ate the spiritual things of the world and should not be interested in any creatures. However, the blood of the ancient god Jolong seemed to have made some changes in her. But no matter what, eating the body of the giant of the bitter sea was shocking enough. Even the giant of the bitter sea was shocked and screamed, "What are you? How can you destroy my body?" In the past, even the descendant of the demon sword emperor, the overlord of the Star River, could not do anything to his immortal body. No matter what he did, he could not destroy it. Instead, the more he killed, the more clones he created. However, the little girl in front of him could do it. Little butterfly frowned and said, "You are so shameless. You taste so bad, and you ask me what I am? You are not a thing." Then, she complained to Suyu, "I don't care, he is too bad, and I can't eat him." Everyone twitched when they heard this. "Eat, little girl, do you think this is a meal?" Suyu's eyes lit up. He felt the fire under his feet was getting hotter and hotter. He said, "If you can eat him all, I will give you a drop of the divine liquid in the cauldron." Little butterfly's small eyes were bursting with light, but she rolled her eyes and said, "No, I want 2 drops. 1 drop less, and I won't eat it." "Okay, 2 drops it is," Suyu said. Little butterfly couldn't help but laugh as if she had made a big profit. She did not know that there were hundreds of drops of diluted divine blood of the ancient god Jolong, and 2 drops were just a drop in the ocean. She did not know how cheap she was. "All right then, I'll reluctantly eat him." Xiao Dai laughed, suppressed her disgust, and pounced over with a howl. The body of a giant of the bitter sea resisted angrily, but was pushed to the ground without any suspense, and then was eaten in one bite. The rest of the giants were shocked and dodged. However, little butterfly was like a ghost. Not only was she powerful, but her movement technique was also incredibly fast. Bodies fell one after another and were swallowed by little butterfly. In just half a cup of tea's time, 6 giants of the bitter sea were eaten. The rest of the giants of the bitter sea were enraged and resentful. They shouted in unison, "Combine!" The remaining 12 bodies gathered and recondensed into a huge giant. However, compared to before, it was a third shorter. Damn it! The giant of the bitter sea was angry, and his 70-million-foot-tall body slammed towards little butterfly like the sky and earth. Little butterfly was not afraid. She grabbed one of the other's hairs with her palms and wanted to use the same trick to throw it to the ground. However, the huge body of the giant of the bitter sea just shook and stabilized again. The giant of the bitter sea glared at her and said coldly, "Bastard, you have eaten my body of 6 origins, die." Its towering giant foot stomped down and kicked little butterfly away. Little butterfly's face turned pale, and her body fluttered like a fallen leaf. A trace of 9-colored blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. After flying backward for a long time and smashing several stars, Little Butterfly's body stopped. Her face was full of anger, but there was also a trace of fear. Compared with the complete giant of the bitter sea, Little Butterfly was much worse. If she had to fight it head-on, she would most likely be destroyed. "Come back, you have tried your best," Suyu said slowly, raised his hand, and the 9-jade spiritual pearl shot out a green light, taking Little Butterfly in. At this time, the furnace under Suyu's feet was boiling more violently, as if something was awakening in the raging fire. However, the giant of the bitter sea also fixed its attention on Suyu again. "Little bastard, you have bought enough time." Bang! Its huge foot, with the power to destroy heaven and earth, stomped down with a bang. Chapter 15:21. At the same time, a golden bell fell from the sky, turning into an infinite giant and locking him inside. The giant of the bitter sea hit the Tai East Emperor bell with both fists. The bell trembled violently as if it was about to break. A deafening rumble swept through the entire galaxy, its momentum abnormally frightening. "You want to trap the emissary with an emperor-based saint artifact? Go away." With a loud roar, the giant of the bitter sea slammed his palms on top of his head. The Tai East Emperor bell wailed and was slapped away by a palm, falling into the depths of the Xing River. At the same time, the giant of the bitter sea grabbed the chain around his waist and shouted fiercely, "Go away." With a pull of one hand, the chain that had sealed him in the past was also thrown away. At this moment, the giant of the bitter sea was in a violent rage, which was extremely terrifying. "You have no more tricks up your sleeves, right? Go to hell." The giant of the bitter sea punched Suyu. At this moment, there was no extra magic weapon that could resist the terrible giant of the bitter sea. Seeing that Suyu was about to die, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat." Almost without thinking, the world annihilation plate quickly retreated. The giant of the bitter sea hesitated a little, but his huge fist slammed down without hesitation. "Little bastard, you are the one who deserves to die." Suyu's face was full of cold light. He took out a gorgeous transparent ice crystal with one hand and threw it towards the giant of the bitter sea. This thing was still in the air. The giant of the bitter sea was stunned and seemed to feel that this thing was a little familiar. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his face burst into a look of horror. He said in horror, It's that Lord, crack." The ice crystal was still in the air, but it released a terrible cold air. The virtual shadows of the rule of heaven and earth descended one after another. This cold air was so heavy that it directly attracted the chain of the Great Path rules. The ice crystal was nothing else. It was the mysterious thing that Suyu had obtained in the ancient ruins under the God Realm Empire, which had once frozen the ancient ruins in time. The amazing cold air quickly swept around, freezing everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, including time and space. Suyu stepped on the stove and instantly used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole to teleport hundreds of millions of miles away. However, the giant of the bitter sea did not react so quickly. When he realized that something was wrong, his whole body had been swept by the cold air. "Not good." The voice of the giant of the bitter sea stopped abruptly, and its huge body turned into an ice sculpture, unable to move. The World Annihilation Plate, the Divine Realm Empire, and all the living beings who witnessed this scene felt their hearts surging. After a long, long time, a creature broke the deathly silence. Is it over?" "I think so." The World Annihilation Plate flew over, and the Yongye siblings and the first prince emerged from it. "Brother Su, are you okay?" Yongye Chushue asked with concern. Although Suyu dodged in time, half of his body was still frozen by the cold air that erupted. Suyu stared at the frozen giant of the bitter sea and shook his head with difficulty. "I'm fine." As he shook his head, his frozen neck split open, but blood could no longer flow out, because even the blood in his body had been frozen. Yongye Chushue felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She used her divine power to help Suyu dissolve the cold air. Yongye Wuheng shook his head and said, "It's useless. That cold air can even freeze time and space. Ordinary divine power can't dissolve it." However, to Yongye Wuheng's surprise, the chill on the surface of Suyu's body dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Hey! How could this be?" Yongye Wuheng was surprised. Is it because Brother Su's physique is different from ordinary people? The first prince crossed his arms and seemed to be thinking about something. Soon, with the joint efforts of Yongye Chushue and Yongye Wuheng, Su Yu's cold air was quickly dispelled. Regaining his freedom, Su Yu said, "Thank you, both of you." The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Yongye Chushue's face was slightly red, and she said, "It's good that you are okay. I was really afraid that you would be hurt by the cold air." Yongye Wuheng sighed again and again. "I didn't expect that we would fight with a level 1 deity in advance, and I didn't expect to be able to escape. What a miracle." Hearing this, everyone felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Indeed, they were lucky enough to survive the attack of a level 1 deity. It was a great fortune. However, the first prince, who was deep in thought, gradually frowned and said slowly, "If Emperor Yu's cold air could be easily dissolved, why was the giant of the bitter sea frozen instead?" This question was quite abrupt, and everyone was stunned. Yes, Su Yu had dissolved the cold air, so it didn't make sense that the level 1 giant of the bitter sea would be frozen. Right at this moment, a mocking, manic, and sneering voice came into everyone's ears like thunder. "Haha, of course, I did it on purpose. Azura lawless art." The giant of the bitter sea suddenly roared, and a sticky black power of Azura rushed out of his body like a pitch-black flame, instantly covering the ice on the surface of his body. Su Yu's face changed drastically. "Oh no, run, the giant of the bitter sea is playing tricks." He pretended to be frozen to make them lower their guard, and then gave them a fatal blow. "Ha ha ha, limitless life extinguishing fist." A sinister laugh rang out. In the black flame, a palm print full of the intention to kill suddenly slammed down. The palm print was not only unparalleled in strength, but the murderous intention in it was the most threatening thing. Under the influence of the murderous intention, everyone suddenly felt that death was coming, and they even lost their consciousness of resistance, as if they had become dead things and there was no need to resist anymore. Only Su Yu, who was proficient in the law of death, was less affected. His face changed drastically, and he only had time to wave his sleeves to send out a majestic force, sweeping Yongye Wuheng and others away from the range of the palm print. In an instant, he was hit by the palm print. Under the towering palm print, Su Yu was like a speck of dust, directly smashed into powder. "Brother Su." After escaping from the palm print, Yongye Chushue and others woke up from the murderous intention, just in time to witness the scene of Su Yu's death. Yongye Chushue's pupils shrank, and she screamed. When the palm print dissipated, what was left in place was a pile of ashes, a torso that had not been destroyed, and a broken furnace. The giant of the bitter sea stared at the ashes on the ground with a grim smile and said, "Oh, the torso was not destroyed. Interesting." He was about to grab the torso to examine it, when there was a banging sound in the broken furnace. The giant of the bitter sea smiled playfully. Was the refining successful? What a pity, it is too late. Just a little bit more. He crushed the furnace with one finger. The lava in the furnace, which had yet to take shape, splashed all over the ground with a sizzling sound and quickly cooled into hard black slag. Looking at this scene, all the creatures felt desperate and sad. Emperor Yu, the strongest of them all, was also dead. Even the Dharma artifact that he was so proud of was destroyed at the last moment. Looking at the whole Xing River, who else could save them? Helplessness, hesitation, and despair became the last straw that crushed their souls. After fighting for countless years, they finally failed. Even if they met a master with wisdom and strength, they still failed. It was not that Emperor Yu was famous, but that the enemy was too strong. They were so strong that they could not shake the foundation of the enemy even if they tried their best. Sizzle. However, at this moment, a slight sound rang clearly in the Xing River. Su Yu's remaining torso was covered with a layer of green vitality, and his destroyed body was quickly reborn. The giant of the bitter sea sneered. "Resurrection? Oh, I knew you, little bastard, would not die so easily. But what if I stop the process of your resurrection?" With a hint of mockery, the giant of the bitter sea shot out the black power of Azura from his fingertips into the green vitality around Su Yu's torso. Attacked by the power of Azura, the vitality quickly disappeared, and Su Yu's resurrection immediately slowed down and showed signs of stopping. "Stop. Yongye Chushua's eyes were wide open, and she performed the heavenly voice of the Dragon Emperor. However, the giant of the bitter sea did not even look at it. He did not even put up any defense, allowing the attack to hit his body. Not even a scratch was left. The giant of the bitter sea turned his head, revealing a ferocious face, and said with a sinister smile, "Don't worry, one by one. Those who oppose me will die, and no one can escape." The power of Azura at his fingertips increased, causing the vitality on the surface of Suyu's body to disappear faster. In the blink of an eye, there was only one wisp left, and it was very weak. Suyu's resurrection almost stopped. Resurrection could only be used once. If Suyu died this time, he would die completely. At the last moment of his life, all of a sudden, a layer of black demonic flame suddenly covered the surface of Suyu's body, isolating the power of Azura from Suyu's body, and then slowly evaporated. At the same time, in the depths of the God Realm Empire, in an unknown cavern world, an indifferent and peaceful voice came, "Amitabha, where it is possible to forgive, one should forgive. Why are you so ruthless?" The giant of the bitter sea's sinister smile froze, and he suddenly stared at the cavern world. Tens of millions of miles away, he could clearly see a monk in a plain robe sitting cross-legged on a hill. The giant of the bitter sea was startled, and then he sneered, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the undead demon emperor who escaped back then. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Ha ha." The figure of the undead demon emperor, who was sitting cross-legged, instantly appeared in front of the giant of the bitter sea like a projection, and said calmly, "The demon emperor is dead, and only the death deity is left." The giant of the bitter sea said mockingly, "The death deity? Haha, I just don't know whether the death of the death deity will be decided by himself or by me." As soon as the voice fell, the giant of the bitter sea shot out a mass of extremely dense Azura land from his fingertips. The undead demonic flame immediately emerged on the surface of the undead demon emperor's body, blocking the Azura land outside. If one looked closely, one would find that the position where the undead demon emperor was standing was very subtle, intentionally or unintentionally shielding Suyu behind him, preventing him from being harmed. The giant of the bitter sea snorted coldly, "You are still as stubborn as before. However, if I were you, since I escaped the disaster that year, I would never show up in front of me again. After all, you knew my identity long ago, and yet you still dared to come to die." Limitless life destruction palm. A palm full of killing intent slammed down with a rumble. The indifferent light of the undead demon emperor gradually became sharper, and he also released the power of death to fight against the killing intent. The rapidly falling palm print came to an abrupt halt, encountering strong resistance. The giant of the bitter sea sneered and slammed his palm down. The killing intent in the palm print suddenly skyrocketed. Puff! The power of death of the undead demon emperor was shattered, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of divine blood. What was more dangerous was that the palm print no longer had any obstacles. Together with the undead demon emperor, it turned Suyu into ashes. However, at this moment, the pile of furnace residue that had been reduced to waste suddenly made a cracking sound. Chapter 1522. A faint silver light flickered slowly in the depths of the crack. However, within the range of this silver light, the death intent of the limitless life extermination palm melted like snow when it touched the silver light. The silver light was like the only light in a desperate situation. No matter how powerful the palm print was, it could not penetrate the silver light. The undead demon emperor looked at the silver light shining on him, and then looked up at the palm print that was close at hand. He put his palms together and smiled. "Excellent, excellent." The pupils of the giant of the bitter sea shrank as he stared at the pile of waste. "How is it possible? Has the refinement succeeded?" Boom! Without hesitation, the giant of the bitter sea stepped down. The giant palm carried the force of 1,000 kilograms and shattered the pile of cold hard black waste with the momentum of shaking the galaxy. The undead demon emperor and Suyu, who was resurrected, were also crushed. At this moment, another crack appeared in the black waste, and a second silver light slowly shone out. The two glimmers of light illuminated a small space as silver as day. The fatal kick of the giant of the bitter sea shattered countless nearby stars, and the powerful shockwave even pushed the entire God Realm Empire thousands of miles away. The world annihilation plate, which bore the brunt of the impact, was like a small fish in a huge wave, constantly tumbling. However, this stomp did not extinguish the extremely weak and tiny silver light space. On the contrary, the giant of the bitter sea suddenly retracted his foot, and his pupils shrank sharply. There was a trace of horror in his eyes, as if it reminded him of something. His expression changed drastically. Could it be impossible? How could the god realm cultivate such a rare treasure of such age? Crack. Another slight sound fell into the ears of all living beings. Another crack appeared in the waste. Then, another crack. Until the third, the fourth, the fifth, until the black waste was riddled with holes, accompanied by a popping sound, something seemed to break out of the cocoon. The hard black waste cracked open, revealing what was inside. A mass of black thunder and lightning turned into black thunder fire, densely wrapping the 9 silver-black swords. It turned out that although the great desolation furnace was destroyed, what should have stopped refining was the black thunder that was born within the 10,000-year heavenly orchid silver bamboo. This thunder and fire evolved on its own, continuing to refine the main material and completing the final stage. Looking at the 9 silver swords, the giant of the bitter sea was terrified and exclaimed, "It's really him. Impossible." The giant of the bitter sea, who was almost crazy, sucked in several stars across the air and threw them fiercely at the silver sword, trying to suppress it before it was born. However, before the stars could even get close, they were burned into nothingness by the black lightning. "I can't let you out," the giant of the bitter sea roared anxiously. But no matter what kind of divine ability he used, the silver light seemed to be able to restrain him, and he just couldn't get close to it. Seeing that the thunder fire was gradually extinguished and the 9 swords were about to be formed, the giant of the bitter sea became more and more crazy. At this time, Consort Yunxia, who was on his shoulder, pondered and said calmly, "Your Excellency, please calm down." Her eyes were full of viciousness, and she said coldly, "If we can't stop the silver sword from being formed, then we can coerce the person holding the sword, and everything will be fine." Hearing this, the anxious giant of the bitter sea seemed to be inspired and gradually calmed down. His eyes passed over the black waste and fell on the God Realm Empire not far away. He said with a gloomy smile, "Oh, it is indeed a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Isn't what he values the most the so-called common people in the world? Haha, what a ridiculous ideal." The giant of the bitter sea sneered and stared at the God Realm Empire mockingly. "Ants, I will borrow your life. Devour the world." The giant of the bitter sea released a majestic demonic energy, which converged into a huge vortex behind him, and the vortex came with an amazing swallowing force. The entire God Realm Empire and hundreds of cavern worlds were irresistibly sliding into the vortex. Yongye Wuheng and others saw this and immediately escaped into the world annihilation plate, controlling it to fly out of the swallowing range. Inside the world annihilation plate, there were creatures from the entire Jojo cavern world, which was the place that Su Yu valued the most. "Humph, do you think you can escape?" The giant of the bitter sea sneered, and the swallowing force of the vortex behind him suddenly intensified. The world annihilation plate, which had already flown far away, could not resist and flew back into the vortex. "Damn it," Yongye Wuheng said, "if the world annihilation plate had not been damaged, how could it not have resisted such a little swallowing force?" Yongye Chushue said anxiously, "Don't worry about the world annihilation plate. Inform all the creatures to escape immediately. If they can't escape, kill them all." Hearing this, Yongye Wuheng was shocked. "Kill? Chushue, you?" Yongye Chushue's eyes were full of the indifference that a member of the royal family should have. If they fall into the hands of the giant of the bitter sea, they will only implicate Brother Su. With Brother Su's character, he will not care about their lives. At that time, if we fight with our hands and feet tied, the giant of the bitter sea is likely to take advantage of us and die. Yongye Wuheng said, "But we can't kill them all." "Oh, brother, do you think the giant of the bitter sea will let go of these hostages if Brother Su dies?" Yongye Chushue was extremely calm, almost ruthless. "They will die sooner or later, so it is better for them to die early so that they don't become a burden to Brother Su." Yongye Wuheng looked at his sister in surprise. In his memory, his sister had always been indifferent. At this moment, for the sake of Su Yu, She showed her cold and ruthless side. Sighing slightly, Yongye Wuheng said, "Many of the creatures in the World Annihilation Plate are close relatives of Brother Su. If you kill them all, he will never forgive you." Yongye Chushue looked resolute. "I don't want to live either. Besides, it is better for me to die than for him to die. This is the only thing I can do for Brother Su." Hearing this, Yongye Wuheng was stunned. She would rather stain her hands with the blood of billions of creatures and suffer Su Yu's hatred to save Su Yu's life. Yongye Wuheng sighed softly. "Su Yu, have you really felt my sister's heart?" At this time, the World Annihilation Plate was closer to the vortex. The God Realm Empire also slowly slid over. Yongye Chushue pulled out the cold sword with one hand and said, "There is not much time. I will kill all the creatures in the World Annihilation Plate first. Kill as many creatures as you can from the God Realm Empire. Try not to let them fall into the hands of the giant of the bitter sea." Holding the cold sword, Yongye Chushue was like a cold sword, cold to the bone. Only the bitterness and pain in her heart could not be seen. "Let me be the villain." Swish. Her beautiful figure suddenly flashed and went straight to the place where the creatures in the World Annihilation Plate were gathered. However, a figure was one step ahead of her. "Let me be the sinner." Yongye Wuheng looked back and smiled freely. "I betrayed the Empire of Darkness and am not a qualified prince. I failed to protect my fiancé and am not a qualified fiancé. If I can't even be a qualified brother, I will be a failure in my life." He wanted to replace Yongye Chushue so that his sister could stay with Su Yu forever, while he chose to die. Yongye Chushue was startled and said, "Brother, I am willing to die for Su Yu. Don't sacrifice yourself in vain." Yongye Wuheng stared at her deeply, full of brotherly affection. "I am willing to die for my sister." "Brother." Yongye Chushue's eyes were sparkling. She called out in a low voice to stop him, but he jumped into the cavern world. Compared to Yongye Wuheng, the creatures in the cavern world were as small and weak as ants, which could be destroyed in an instant. Clenching the long sword, Yongye Wuheng took a deep breath. "Brother Su, if you want to blame someone, blame me alone." Just as he made up his mind to kill, suddenly, an earth-shattering sword came from the outside world. Endless silver-black light penetrated the World Annihilation Plate and shone in, covering the cavern world in a silver-white light. Chapter 1523. He flew out of the cavern world and barely opened his eyes. Looking against the dazzling silver light, he saw a figure lying on the ground surrounded by 9 silver lights. The 9 rays of silver light seemed to be under the control of a master. They released endless silver-black light that cut off the devouring power. On the other hand, the face of the giant of the bitter sea suddenly sank. "You resurrected so quickly?" His life force was destroyed by the giant of the bitter sea, and it would take a long time for him to recover. But at this moment, suddenly, the giant of the bitter sea noticed that a green bead was floating near Su Yu's body where his arm should have been destroyed. It was madly emitting vitality to replenish Su Yu. Therefore, he was able to restore his soul in a short period of time and control the 9 swords at the last moment to cut off the giant's devouring. "You're courting death." The giant of the bitter sea was furious and slapped the 9 jade spiritual pearl across the air. The 9 jade spiritual pearl suffered a fierce attack, and the figure of a young girl was shaken out. Surprisingly, it was a sweet young girl with picturesque features. It was Sheng Ji. At the moment, ghost energy and Buddha energy appeared on the surface of Shunga's body at the same time. The 2 diametrically opposed divine energies fused together and gave birth to a powerful life force, which was constantly being transmitted to Su Yu from afar. "So it's you. Obstructing me is a capital offense." The giant of the bitter sea snorted coldly and launched a limitless life extermination palm. Shunga's cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of the giant of the bitter sea. How could she block this blow? At this moment, a silver light fell from the sky like the Milky Way, directly destroying the palm. The giant of the bitter sea looked up and his pupils shrank. Su Yu stood up slowly. His destroyed body had been completely restored, and a pair of deep, cold eyes slowly opened, looking down at him coldly from high up in the sky. "It's time to end it, giant of the bitter sea." The 9 10,000-year-old heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords seemed to be responding to Su Yu, as they revolved around him rapidly. Due to the extreme speed, only a silver afterimage was left behind, making it difficult to see the true body. From afar, Suyu's body seemed to be surrounded by a silver-black arc, which made Suyu's body sparkle with silvery light. It made him look like a celestial being from another world. Qian. Kuan. Sword. Formation. Suyu said coldly. His words were clear and filled with the intent to destroy. Hearing these words, the giant of the bitter sea couldn't help but tremble. He roared, "Stop!" Thump, with Suyu as the center, a voice that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth spread in all directions. Divine Realm Empire, World of the Gods, Heavenly Lake. Even the ancient god region that was extremely far away. A murloc with a crown on his head suddenly sensed something and was slightly surprised. The demonic sword emperor's secret sword technique? His eyes gradually narrowed, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Even the successor of the demon sword sovereign has appeared. The fight for the quota to escape this time is getting more and more interesting. In a certain boundless sea of sand, a grain of sand shook slightly, and several figures flew out from it. One of them was the monarch of the Empire of Darkness who had abandoned the city and fled. He stared in the direction of the south and frowned deeply. I didn't expect that after so many years, even the successor of the demon sword sovereign would appear in the world. That Cosmos sword formation is known as the number 1 sword formation in the divine territory. Its power is unfathomable. He looked back at the cavern world that was disguised as sand and murmured, "I only hope that the elder ancestor will finish refining as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the great disaster comes, even the monarch of the empire will not be able to protect himself." At the same time, on a lonely snow-capped mountain, an amazing reverse will envelop the entire snow-capped mountain. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, all living creatures were extinguished. On that snow-capped mountain, a dark-skinned young man was sitting cross-legged, his whole body covered with white flames, but suddenly, the flames turned into ice. Ice and fire could not coexist. However, in his body, ice and fire not only coexisted, but could also transform into each other, which violated the way of nature and the order of heaven and earth. Only the bloodline of the heaven-defying divine warrior could have such a reverse will. Among the descendants of the heaven-defying divine warrior, only heaven-defying Han Xing was left. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the domineering reverse will wiped out all those in the world who disobeyed him. Here comes another contender, but everyone is a stepping stone for me, heaven-defying Han Xing. I am the invincible king of the world. Suyu, you are also a stepping stone for me. Just you wait, I, heaven-defying Han Xing, am destined to be extraordinary. Heaven-defying Han Xing slowly closed his eyes, and a mysterious reverse will shrouded him. In the Star River God Realm, in the sky above the God Realm Empire. Countless people looked up and saw the arc-shaped silver light radiating in all directions. The silver light was extremely sharp, and wherever it radiated, everything was cut apart. It was as if the silver light was the sharpest peerless thing in the world, with the power to split heaven and earth and recreate the universe. The stars, the galaxy, the deserted cavern world, the fragmented land of the gods, and the broken demon world. Under the silver light, all of them were reduced to Star River dust, including the 70 million feet tall giant of the bitter sea. At close range, with a horrified look on his face, his demonic body disappeared, destroyed in the radiant silver light that split heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth, the breath of the giant of the bitter sea quickly disappeared until there was no trace left. Yongye Wuheng, Yongye Chushue, the eldest prince, and other creatures were all stunned. A sword swept across the entire Star River God Realm and wiped out a level 1 deity. The destruction of the universe was like the stunning scene when Pangu split heaven and earth. It was deeply engraved in their souls, and they would never forget it. The silver light dissipated, and the 9 silver swords dimmed, turned into 9 silver feathers, and flew back to Suyu's back. At first glance, it looked like a pair of strangely shaped sword-shaped wings. As Suyu flew down, the wings kept flapping, exuding a dangerous silver sword energy that surrounded his body. At the same time, there was a low roar of thunder, resounding through the sword feathers. Both its appearance and momentum were extremely eye-catching. Whoosh! Falling to the ground, Suyu's body was unstable. Sheng Ji rushed over and held Su Yu's arm, barely supporting him. Yongye Chushue flew over with concern and said, "Brother Su Yu." She was surprised to find that Su Yu was not only lacking in divine power and physical strength, but even the vitality that had just been restored was faintly discernible and extremely weak. The eldest prince stared at Su Yu, his eyes full of admiration, and said, "This is the side effect of using the Cosmos Sword Formation. To use this sword formation, not only does it require enough divine power, but it also requires physical strength and vitality. Ordinary level 3 deities would die after using it. It is indeed unusual that he is still alive." This sword technique was secretly passed down from the demon royal family, and no one knew the pros and cons of this sword technique better than he did. Yongye Chushue was slightly relieved and said, "Fortunately, we have finally eliminated the threat." However, at this time, Su Yu said hoarsely, "Back off, he is not dead yet." "What? Not dead yet?" Everyone looked in the direction of the giant of the bitter sea, whose huge body had been reduced to a thick layer of dust. However, in the dust, there was a creature with golden scales squatting on one knee. A terrible breath that far exceeded that of the giant of the bitter sea rushed over like a tsunami. Who is he?" Yongye Chushue was terrified, and she was several times more frightened than when she was facing the giant of the bitter sea. Chapter 1524. Main body? Everyone stared at the golden-scaled creature and fell into deep shock. If this was the main body, then what was it that was killed just now? He. The golden-scaled creature slowly stood up and revealed its full appearance. It was a humanoid creature. Except for its eyes, its whole body was densely covered with thumb-sized golden scales. On top of its head was a pair of exceptionally sharp horns, circling around, looking very ferocious. How similar was this creature to the bull-headed creature in the second seal of the Azura Forbidden Lands? Su Yu had a deep memory of the terrifying bull-headed projection. Isolated from the seal, it had a terrible cultivation that could shock the soul. If the main body came, it would be unimaginably powerful. But at this moment, he could only speculate. Unsurprisingly, the golden-scaled creature and the bull-headed creature had a deep relationship. More importantly, both of them had the same title, emissaries from the Azura world. As expected of the number one swordsmanship of the god realm passed down by the demon sword divine emperor, it actually broke my Azura body. Good, very good. The golden-scaled creature's teeth were filled with a low and cold murderous intent. Find me a reason that will make you beg for death. It was too easy to kill a person, but to torture a person forever required great hatred. Back then, the descendants of the demon sword divine emperor could not break my Azura body. I didn't expect it to be broken by a group of ants like you. The golden-scaled creature was furious. The so-called Azura body was equivalent to the physical body of an Azura. Its defensive power was extremely strong, and it was immortal. No matter how it was killed, it was difficult to kill it. Hidden in the Azura body was their original body, which had even greater strength, but was exceptionally fragile. If the Azura body was destroyed, the original body could be said to be in danger of being destroyed at any time. If there was a strong person present. So the anger of the golden-scaled creature could be imagined. All of you, enter the eternal path of Azura reincarnation and taste the pain of eternal reincarnation. The golden-scaled creature roared hoarsely, and the long golden horn on top of its head glowed with golden light, converging into a reincarnation-shaped vortex. In the vortex, there was immediately a dense wailing of creatures, despair, pain, regret, filled with the most negative emotions of all creatures. It was as if countless creatures were trapped in eternal torment. Eternal Azura reincarnation Tao. The golden-scaled being's black eyes widened. Open. The vortex suddenly opened, and a pitch-black entrance appeared, which engulfed Su Yu and the others. They didn't feel any suction force from the vortex, but they could sense that they were being rapidly devoured. Su Yu, the undead demon emperor, the world annihilation plate, the god realm empire, and the entire galaxy were being devoured. Countless stars revolved, and the water of the star river flowed in reverse, surging into the black vortex. No one could contend against it, or rather, there was no one who could contend against it. The undying demon emperor's pupils constricted slightly. A galactic overlord isn't something a lesser deity can withstand. Seeing that they were about to be submerged in it and become one of the countless reincarnated creatures filled with remorse, despair, and pain, Suyu silently took out dozens of broken stones. They had already been pieced together, and the heavenly book characters on them were all broken. It was the space-time door. I've been preparing for a long time, and I've finally waited for this moment, Suyu said calmly. He didn't seem panicked at all. The golden-scaled creature sneered with resentment. Don't tell me this is your backup plan. Suyu nodded gently. Can't I? If there's anyone in the world who can destroy you, it can only be this space-time door. Haha, it's just a broken door. The golden-scaled creature sneered, and the vortex between its horns grew larger and larger. Suyu shook his head slowly, took out 10 drops of diluted divine blood from the ancient god Jolong, smeared it on his fingertips, and then wiped it on the broken stones. He said leisurely, now that things have come to this, I can only disturb the existence behind the door. I hope everything goes as I expect. As he spoke, Suyu smeared the blood on the stones, and his fingers outlined an extremely mysterious trajectory. Looking at it with the naked eye, Suyu was writing, but Suyu's fingers seemed to be dancing. They were agile and ethereal, making people want to imitate him, but they were at a loss and disorderly. Moreover, the words written seemed to be a few simple strokes, but to the onlookers' disbelief, when they wanted to write from memory, they found that they couldn't continue writing. It was as if there was an invisible resistance preventing them from writing. The golden-scaled creature was shocked. You can actually write the heavenly book characters? Suyu concentrated on writing and said lightly, Undead Demon Emperor, the heavenly book characters are right in front of you, what are you waiting for? The undead demon emperor chuckled. It seems that you haven't forgotten the deal between us. Back then, the deal between them was that Suyu would give him a part of the comprehension of the heavenly book characters. For this, the undead demon emperor helped Suyu to destroy the world of divine remains. He even made a move at Suyu's most critical moment, blocking the fatal blow of the giant of the bitter sea, just for the comprehension of the heavenly book character. Swish. Suyu freed a hand and touched the undead demon emperor's forehead. The undead demon emperor looked excited and closed his eyes to bear it. A steady stream of comprehension of the heavenly book poured into his mind like spring water, making his eyes gleam with joy. However, apart from joy, there was a hint of undetectable strangeness. Soon, the heavenly book characters on the heavenly book characters were completed by Suyu. The stone door, which had been split into countless pieces, was strangely restored. Waves of pure, mysterious power reverberated in the stone door. There was the power of time, the power of space, and the power of time and space that combined into one. At this moment, the golden-scaled creature's expression finally changed, and he roared, "You want to escape?" Suyu shook his head. Not escape, but to send you to meet someone. When he finished speaking, Suyu placed his 5 fingers on the stone door, and the law of time and space in his body poured into the stone door like a tide. The power of time and space on the stone door was sensed and swept out, covering the golden-scaled creature, the entire God Realm Empire, and tens of millions of inner worlds. At some point, everyone only felt that time and space had changed, and the surrounding scenery had changed. They were in a long, colorful river, standing on a withered wooden boat, going against the current. On both sides of the river, there were ever-changing scenes, which were exceptionally peculiar. The strangest thing was that the first scene was the scene when they fought the giant of the bitter sea. The second scene was the scene of the gods' sacrificial ceremony 8 years ago. The third scene was extremely unfamiliar. It was the scene of countless gods fighting against the demons. The Battle of Funyang 100 years ago. In the World Annihilation Plate, the All-Access Merchant God and the Shung deity were both shocked. 100 years ago, a group of powerful demons invaded the Funyang Cavern world. The gods of the 100 Deities Alliance joined the battle and fought against the demons. In the end, the demons were expelled at the cost of the fall of several gods. That was the most recent battle between the 100 Deities Alliance and the demons. They had a deep memory of it. Everyone suddenly understood and said in horror, could this be a reversal of time? The golden-scaled creature's pupils also flickered violently. The river of time goes against the current. Who left this stone door? Even the divine warriors of heaven and earth could never create a portal that reverses the flow of time. He wanted to break free, but with his strength as the overlord of the galaxy, he seemed to be fixed on a small boat, unable to move, let alone hurt people. Next, it was thousands of years ago, and then 10,000 years ago. The scenes evolved the changes of the Star River God realm. Until tens of millions of years ago, a young demon carrying 9 silver swords on his back defeated a giant that was tens of millions of feet tall with his heaven-defying swordsmanship. He used a chain to bind him in a cavern world. The young man with the sword bit his finger and spat out 2 streams of blood from the tip of his tongue. The blood fell to the ground and became humans, a man and a woman. The 2 of them combined and gave birth to a new demon race. The new demons then combined with each other and continued to multiply and grow. They hunted magical beasts, learned magical powers, formed forces, and continued to develop until they were distributed throughout the cavern world. However, they could never get close to the area where the giant was bound. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were shocked by the strength of the young demon who suppressed the giant of the bitter sea. Only Su Yu, the undead demon emperor, and the golden-scaled creature's pupils shrank. The descendant of the demon sword divine warrior, time flowed backward again. An incomparably huge black Cauldron appeared. Its size was as large as hundreds of millions of feet, and it was half the size of the Star River God realm. The sun, moon, and stars rotated all over its body, and it was filled with the majestic aura of a divine warrior. Waves of desolation power poured out of its body, destroying everything along the way. That kind of powerful and peerless aura, even though they had been isolated from time and space for hundreds of millions of years, still made them feel suffocated. The golden-scaled creature trembled all over, unable to suppress his surprise and awe. The Cauldron divine warrior, it's it. It really escaped to the Star River God realm. Escape. At this time, another wave of shuddering desolation swept over. It was an incomparably huge black demonic dragon, its eyes indifferent, cruel, and cold. On its back, a woman in plain clothes stood with her hands behind her back. Her figure was thin, and she gave off a sense of weakness. However, the aura she exuded was 10 times stronger than that of the Cauldron divine warrior. At this time, an ice crystal scale appeared on the wrist of the woman in plain clothes. The woman in plain clothes gently removed it and flicked her finger. The ice crystal scale traveled through hundreds of millions of galaxies and fell around the Cauldron divine warrior. Next, a scene that surprised Su Yu appeared. The ice crystal scale radiated boundless cold air in all directions. The cold air was filled with the law of ice. No matter what it came into contact with, it would be frozen into ice in an instant. The Cauldron divine warrior turned its head to look, and its huge body trembled, shaking off several stars. Countless creatures manipulating the weapons of the ancient civilization rushed out of the stars. They roared and faced the oncoming ice. Cauldron divine warrior, go first. A level 1 top-notch lower-rank deity let out a loud cry and took the lead to rush forward. As a result, it was frozen in an instant. Then, wherever the ice passed, all the creatures that came charging over were frozen. Even the time and space they were in were frozen. They used their flesh and blood to buy a little time for the Cauldron divine warrior. At this time, the Cauldron divine warrior took out a stone door that Su Yu was using now. Seeing this door, all the creatures present were shocked. That stone door was actually left by the Cauldron divine warrior, and the ancient ruins of the frozen space were also formed at that time. Su Yu was deeply moved. He could not have mistaken that demonic dragon. It was the world annihilation dragon sealed in the mysterious Crystal Mountains. Chapter 1525. She was chasing after the Chilean sovereign. The scene in front of him was the scene of the destruction of the divine realm billions of years ago. Had the Chilean emperor really been killed? How did the god domain split into 2, becoming the lost god domain and the galaxy god domain? Who was that evil woman? For some unknown reason, her body gave Su Yu an extremely familiar feeling. He raised his head and looked straight at the sinful woman's face. However, Su Yu's gaze was blocked by an invisible force, and he was unable to see his face clearly. How could this be? Even when time and space are flowing backward, There is an invisible resistance and interference. Suyu was shocked. However, the more he thought about it, the more curious he became. That figure was too familiar. Eyes of time and space. Suyu's eyes revolved the power of time and space and forcibly penetrated it. With the penetration of space-time power, the obstructive force on the other party's face was gradually stripped away. A faintly discernible face slowly appeared. At that moment, Suyu could barely see her silhouette. He could also see her calm eyes. However, what shocked Suyu was that at that moment, those snowy eyes were looking at him from afar. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he was taken aback. He thought to himself, could it be that because of the angle, he happened to be looking at me? However, at this moment, the sinful lady who was chasing after the Chilean sovereign suddenly said, "Strange, how can a living being enter the flow of time and space? He's a rare Tao god prodigy in the absolute beginning realm." Suyu was dumbstruck. His opponent had isolated him from time and space for billions of years, yet he could see him. It must be known that the sinful lady was in the past billions of years, and Suyu and the others were only seeing the scenes of that time through the reversal of time and space. The fact that the sinful lady could see him was enough to prove that the sinful lady had seen through Suyu a billion years later. How was this possible? However, the sinful woman paused for a moment, then waved at Suyu, causing the boat that Suyu was on to deviate from its course and head toward the shore. Suyu was shocked. Now, he was in the long flow of time and space. If he was pulled ashore, it would mean that Suyu had returned to billions of years ago. If that was really the case, Suyu wasn't just traveling billions of years into the past, but billions of years had been added to Suyu's body. Who could endure hundreds of millions of years? It would be strange if Suyu did not shatter into pieces and become the dust of time. At this critical moment, a magnificent sword light cut off the flow of time and space, cutting through the magnificent and unpredictable ancient picture on both sides of the river. With the collapse of the current, their journey of reversing the flow of time and space had also come to an end. The scenery around them changed. With steady footsteps, they appeared under a waterfall. The other three sides were all empty world barriers. Only the towering cliff in front of him had a silver-white waterfall flowing down. It was as if this was the end of the world. After the waterfall crashed down, it flowed along a long river and flowed towards a huge gap behind them. The shape of the gap was exactly the same as the stone door. Where is this? Is there such a place in the galaxy divine realm? The all-access merchant god and the Sheng deity were very familiar with the galaxy divine realm. However, they had never known that there was such a strange waterfall. The first prince's expression changed, and he shouted, "What we should be concerned about now is not where this place is," but, before he could finish his words, everyone's body stiffened, and their hearts trembled uncontrollably. Because a wisp of gloomy and deadly killing intent was circling behind every single one of them. How could they dare to forget that there was an existence amongst them that was so terrifying that they couldn't resist? The golden-scaled creature. But the strange thing was that the killing intent was not locked on them, not even locked on Suyu, but locked on to the end of the waterfall. Looking intently, the golden-scaled creature's eyes shrank as he stared at the end of the waterfall. It was not difficult to see the fear in his eyes. His whole body was tense, and the huge and unparalleled power of Azura rolled endlessly. He looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. Suyu also looked at the top of the waterfall and bowed with his fists cupped. Junior Suyu, leading the Xing River creatures, has come to see Senior Demon Sword. In this world, there was only one kind of person who was qualified to have the surname of the Demon Sword. The heir of the Demon Sword Emperor. Tens of millions of years ago, the Demon Sword Emperor, who had dropped the giant of the bitter sea halfway and suddenly disappeared, was here? Everyone's heart was in turmoil. "Come up, I've been waiting for you for a long time." At this moment, a magnificent voice suddenly came from the end of the waterfall. Listening to it, it gave people an inexplicable sense of comfort, as if his voice contained the Great Way and was close to nature. Suyu was secretly surprised. A casual sentence was full of the Great Way of heaven and earth. What kind of cultivation was this? The Galaxy Overlord? Or was it the Divine Warrior of heaven and earth? The hearts of everyone seemed to be attracted, and they flew to the end of the waterfall without thinking. Suyu thought for a moment and flew away. The golden-scaled creature clenched his fists and resisted the idea of stopping them. He slowly retreated to the gap in the shape of a stone door. However, suddenly, from the end of the waterfall, a sword light fell from the sky and penetrated the golden-scaled creature. The golden-scaled creature's face changed dramatically, and the golden scales all over its body burst into golden light, trying to resist the sword light. However, it had lost the body of the giant of the bitter sea, and its body was fragile. It was pierced through the chest without any resistance, and was carried by the sword light to the end of the waterfall. "Since you are here, why leave?" At the end, a faint voice came. "I left you behind in the past, but I never thought that you would become a disaster for the Xing River. Ah, this is my fault." Swish. Suyu and others flew to the end of the waterfall, and what they saw was a flat cliff. On the cliff, there was a long river, and the river went straight to the world barrier. At the barrier, there was a huge gap, and endless water rolled out and rolled down the cliff, forming the waterfall they had seen before. That was the source of the long river. Next to the source, there was a simple small courtyard. In the courtyard, there was an extremely simple thatched hut. At this moment, Suyu's eyes were fixed on two figures under the eaves of the thatched hut, and his eyes were filled with surprise. They were two old men dressed in different clothes. They were sitting cross-legged, concentrating on a game of chess. The old man on the right was dressed in a green robe, and his hair and beard were all white. His left hand was supporting his chin, and the two fingers of his right hand were holding a white chess piece in the air. This old man was extremely unfamiliar to Suyu, and he had never seen him before. However, the old man on the left had a kind face, and he looked no different from ordinary old men. However, he did not have a physical body, and he was just a soul. Suyu cried out in surprise, "Master!" He only had 2 masters in his life, and Li Guang, who had died, was one of them. The other person was the mysterious Yun Yazi. Now, the one he called master was naturally Yun Yazi. The Yongye siblings, the eldest prince, and the others were extremely surprised. They never knew that Suyu had a master. They never expected Suyu's master to be so mysterious. Could his master be a descendant of the demon sword divine warrior? The green-robed old man slowly put down the chess piece, and sighed slightly. "Sigh, after 10 years of playing chess, I've lost in the end. In front of elder Yun Yazi, my chess skills are not worth mentioning." Yun Yazi chuckled and turned to look at Suyu. He looked him up and down, and his eyes were filled with gratification. "I haven't seen you for 10 years, and your growth has indeed exceeded my expectations. You've even cultivated the heaven's sun gazing at air to the middle stage of the soul-devouring realm. You've already caught up to me." Suyu had mixed feelings. Ever since the great calamity of Jojo, Yun Yazi had said that he had discovered something and wanted to find out. Since then, his whereabouts had been unknown, and he had never shown his face again. Suyu did not expect him to be here. "Master, you flatter me, Suyu said. Yun Yazi waved his hand. "I have not helped you in the slightest, not even in your most critical moment. I may not be worthy of you calling me master." However, Suyu shook his head. "Master, when the giant of the bitter sea's finger pierced through the demon dimension and was about to crush me, the word Kai that scared him away was actually Master's secret help, right? A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime, but Master has secretly helped me several times, and I can't disrespect that." Upon hearing this, Yun Yazi stared at Suyu deeply and sighed softly. "In the past 10 years, you have changed a lot, and your wisdom is not what it used to be." The Suyu of the past was far less intelligent than he was today. He had wanted to help Suyu silently, but he was still discovered by Suyu. "Ha ha ha. Elder Yun Yazi, you have indeed accepted a heaven-defying disciple. It's hard to believe that he used to be a small creature in the Jojo cavern world." The green-robed old man chuckled and looked at Suyu curiously, his eyes full of admiration. Suyu looked at him and cupped his fists. "You must be Elder Demon Sword. Thank you for your help, Elder." He looked at the struggling golden-scaled creature stuck in the ground by the sword light, and his heart was secretly in awe. The overlord of the galaxy was pinned down by a casual sword light, and his strength was unimaginable. "Haha, I don't deserve to be your elder. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Demon Sword, or just call me by my real name, Demon Sword Wuya. We are of the same generation, the green-robed old man said. Same generation? Suyu was stunned. Who on earth was Yunyazi? Such an invincible strong man, in front of Yunyazi, considered himself a junior. As his disciple, Suyu's seniority was frighteningly high. This. Suyu looked at Yunyazi hesitantly, and when he got permission to nod, he said somewhat awkwardly, "Greetings, Brother Demon Sword." Demon Sword Wuya smiled with satisfaction, and when his eyes swept over the golden-scaled creature, he said, "At first, I had good intentions, hoping to use his strength to nurture a group of outstanding juniors. I didn't expect to rush here halfway to guard, and have no time to take care of him. Instead, this Azura emissary has become a great disaster, endangering the lives of the galaxy. I am responsible for this." Suyu said, "Brother Demon Sword, you don't have to blame yourself. The disaster has not yet brewed, and the merit is complete." Demon Sword Wuya sighed, and with a wave of his hand, the sword light landed in front of him with the golden-scaled creature. He picked up a black chess piece and pointed it at the forehead of the golden-scaled creature. The golden-scaled creature's eyes showed strong resistance, but it could do nothing as the chess piece penetrated deep into the space between its brows. With its eyes closed, the golden-scaled creature passed out on the spot. This chess piece is transformed from the sword energy that I have cultivated for tens of millions of years. With this chess piece here, its vitality can be extinguished in an instant. It can be considered a restriction, Demon Sword Wuya said. At the same time, he took out a white chess piece. Once this white chess piece is crushed, no matter how far away it is, it can detonate the black chess piece and destroy it. With a flick of his finger, the white chess piece shot into Suyu's arms, and he smiled slightly. "From now on, let this Azura creature follow you. If it has any ulterior motives, you can kill it with a single thought." Suyu was overjoyed. A Star River Overlord had become his follower. "Thank you, Brother Demon Sword." Suyu couldn't contain his joy. Demon Sword Wuya waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. You played a part in subduing it." Suyu was stunned. How could he have played a part in it? "Haha, don't think that I suppressed it so easily. That's because it only has its original body left. If it had been the Azura, I might not have been able to do anything to it," Demon Sword Wuya said. "Besides, if you hadn't brought it here, it would have been even more difficult for me to subdue it." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Suyu understood, but the second half surprised him. Could it be that Demon Sword Wuya couldn't leave this place? At that moment, Yunyazi smiled and said, "Not only did he bring the Azura emissary, but he also brought another unexpected guest." "Oh!" Demon Sword Wuya's old eyes swept over the person beside Suyu. Chapter 1526. Suyu stared at the undead demon emperor, slightly surprised. He. Suddenly, the undying demon emperor let out a strange old chuckle. His voice contained the rhythm of the great Tao, which was somewhat similar to Demon Sword Wuya's. "Another expert with unknown strength. After so many years have passed, you have also grown into a sovereign of heaven and earth." If the Demon Sword Sovereign knew of this from the underworld, he would definitely be smiling in the underworld, unlike me, who still has no descendant left in this world. The aged voice sighed. Demon Sword Wuya said indifferently, "Senior Emperor of Tianyun, do you really think that I don't know that you've accepted a natural emperor as your disciple? If I remember correctly, his name is John Wushuang, right? Emperor of Tianyun." Everyone present was shocked. In the past, there were 9 emperors of heaven and earth: the World Annihilation Emperor, the Heaven-Defying Emperor, the Eternal Darkness Emperor, the Taiching Emperor, the Kylin Emperor, the Demon Sword Emperor, the Heaven-Battling Emperor, and the Ice and Fire Emperor. Apart from the Chilean Sovereign, the first 8 all had descendants in this world. Only the 9th Emperor, the Emperor of Tianyun, the most mysterious emperor, did not leave anything behind. Amongst the 9 emperors, he is ranked 5th and his powers are only considered average. However, he is the most mysterious emperor. Even the other 8 martial emperors have never seen his face, let alone understand him. It was said that he was most skilled in seizing the karmic luck of the world. During the era of the 8 sovereigns, he was just an ordinary little cultivator. However, by seizing the karmic luck of heaven and earth, he unceasingly obtained fortune that ordinary people could not imagine. Step by step, he climbed to the peak of cultivation and became a sovereign that stood above the common people. He had the same name as the 8 sovereigns. Its mysteriousness was unfathomable. Even now, Demon Sword Wuya was more wary and vigilant towards this former emperor than he was grateful. What shocked them even more was that the disciple that the emperor of Tian Yun had accepted was none other than Zhong Wushuang. He recalled the 10,000-foot-tall divine emperor's Dharma idol behind Zhong Wushuang. It was clearly a divine warrior of heaven and earth, just like Su Yu. Unexpectedly, it was the emperor of Tian Yun. It was no wonder that Zhong Wushuang's luck was heaven-defying and he was born to be the Arch. With the existence of the Celestial Fate Emperor's Celestial the Arch Dharma idol, he could intercept the providence and obtain creation at any time. The Emperor's 4-piece set was most likely a part of the Emperor's fate. The Tianyun Emperor chuckled, "Nothing in the astral river divine realm can escape your eyes." That's right, I have indeed passed my mantle to Zhong Wushuang. My Tianyun lineage cannot end just like this. Perhaps it was because seizing the destiny of heaven and earth was too domineering, interfering with the order of the great Tao. As an emperor, he didn't have any children in his life. Even though he had many wives and concubines, it was still difficult for him to bear a child. As such, the heavenly fate lineage was exceptionally weak. Demon Sword Wuya said indifferently, "Senior Emperor of Fate, you must have spent a lot of effort to enter this place, right?" The Emperor of Tianyun chuckled. His smile was a little weathered. "It's not just thoughts. It's not an exaggeration to say that I've put in a lot of effort. I'm just a wisp of the divine will of the Emperor of Destiny, not the main body. If I want to build a time gate and reach the end of this divine territory, the only way is to collect the heavenly book's characters from all over the place. For this, I didn't hesitate to build the Netherworld Gate and obtain the characters through various transactions. Unfortunately, the results are weak. This half of the divine territory has been destroyed too thoroughly, and there are almost no remnants of civilization. Fortunately, the heavens do not disappoint those who persevere. Not only did Su Yu find the time gate, but he also comprehended the heavenly book's characters on the time gate. Coupled with the aggressive Azura creature, we were able to enter this place together." Demon Sword Wuya gently tapped his finger on the chessboard and said, "So, Senior Emperor of Fate, you didn't come here just to catch up with me, a junior from back then, did you? Although I would like to, for someone like me who doesn't have much time left, time is the most precious." The surface of the Emperor of Fate's body flickered with fluorescence, and an extremely faint phantom appeared. It was transparent all over, as if it would dissipate from the world at any time. After hundreds of millions of years, this wisp of divine will is finally going to perish. I have to finish what I have yet to do. The phantom swayed, as if it would vanish at any time. Demon Sword Wuya stared at him indifferently. "What is it that requires you to come here?" The Emperor of Fate pointed his finger far away and fixed it on the gap where a steady stream of water was flowing into the river. "I want to use the exit to go to the Great Beginning Realm." The Great Beginning Realm? Su Yu was shocked. He had heard the name of the Great Beginning Realm from the epoch-making dragon, but he didn't know where it was. He didn't expect that even the divine will of the former divine warriors of heaven and earth had to go there. "Go back, the gap is not suitable for people to pass through. Otherwise, it will awaken the slumbering evil spirit. The 2 great god realms, as well as you and I, will not be able to escape the disaster of destruction." Demon Sword Wuya refused decisively, showing no mercy at all. Hearing that, Su Yu's heart stirred. Evil spirit? What was that? Could it be that Demon Sword Wuya was guarding this gap to prevent people from passing through? The Emperor of Fate bowed. "Please, for the sake of my sacrifice for the god realm in the past, give me a chance. I will be forever grateful." The former divine warrior was reduced to begging for help. One could imagine how low his stance was. However, Demon Sword Wuya frowned and shouted, "If you remember that I sacrificed myself to protect the God Realm, you should know how much risk the God Realm will have to bear every time you pass through this exit. Please go back." The Emperor of Fate had a bitter look on his face as he sighed. I only have 100 years, and I must go to the great beginning realm. Please make an exception, I beg of you. Sharp sword energy flickered between Demon Sword Wuya's brows as he shouted coldly, I respect you as a senior, and your deeds during your lifetime were inspiring. Don't force me to take action. However, at that moment, Yunyazi smiled and waved his hand. What's the harm in letting him pass? But senior. The Demon Sword Divine Warrior was stunned and said, if that evil spirit is awakened, I, and the God Realm will all be destroyed. Ha ha. Yunyazi smiled faintly. The evil spirit will awaken in no more than 3 years or 10 years. Letting him go will only speed up the evil spirit's awakening. The catastrophe that the God Realm is facing can't wait for 3 years. If nothing goes wrong, it will definitely break out in 2 years. 2 years. If Suyu remembered correctly, 2 years later would be the day that the Sinful Lady and the World Annihilation Dragon broke through the seal. With their invincible strength, the God Realm was indeed facing an unprecedented catastrophe. But Demon Sword Wuya hesitated. Yunyazi said, let him go. Demon Sword Wuya was helpless. He stared at the Divine Warrior of Qianyun and said, you are lucky. The senior will plead for you because of your past. Go quickly. The Divine Warrior of Qianyun was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and bowed to Yunyazi. Thank you, my friend. May I ask who you are? Humph. Even if you were at your peak, you wouldn't be qualified to call him a friend. Now that you are only left with divine thoughts, I advise you to be more cautious. Demon Sword Wuya snorted lightly. Oh. The Divine Warrior of Qianyun was surprised. He stared at Yunyazi again. After a long while, his eyes gradually filled with shock and awe. He hurriedly bowed. I have eyes but failed to recognize Senior Yunyazi. Please punish me. Yunyazi smiled faintly. Get up. You don't have much time left. If you want to lay the foundation for your successor, go ahead. The Divine Warrior of Qianyun was moved to tears. I can't thank you enough. If I am reborn, I will do anything to repay you. Haha, you don't have to do anything. If you really want to, how about you also intercept a part of the destiny of the world for my disciple? Yunyazi said. The Divine Warrior of Qianyun looked at Suyu and smiled bitterly. Senior, don't joke. It is already a great fortune for him to be your disciple. How can the destiny that I intercept be compared to that? I have seen your disciple long ago. His destiny is so strong that I can't fathom it at all. How can I be qualified to intercept it for him? Yunyazi smiled meaningfully. His destiny is strong not because of me, but because of someone else. He didn't want to say more. How about this? Give my disciple a share of the destiny of the Emperor 4-piece set that you intercepted for Zhong Wushuang. This. The Divine Warrior of Qianyun's heart skipped a beat, and a complicated look appeared on his face. Yunyazi said, if you find it difficult, then forget it. The Divine Warrior of Qianyun hurriedly said, Senior, you have misunderstood me. Even if you hadn't done me a favor, I would still be willing to serve you. However, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I can't. Without waiting for Yunyazi to ask, he said, I did intercept Zhong Wushuang's destiny, but only the destiny of the Emperor 4-piece set was not mine. Moreover, I can't intercept the destiny of such a divine object. Yunyazi said, so, that's the destiny that he was born with? The Divine Warrior of Qianyun nodded. You can say that the Emperor 4-piece set belongs to Zhong Wushuang. This is preordained by the heavens, and it's useless no matter who tries to compete for it. He looked at Yunyazi, then at Suyu, and sighed. I just don't want to keep my disciple busy. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Inborn destiny must have been bestowed by the heavens. The heavens would have helped Zhong Wushuang obtain the Emperor 4-piece set. No matter how hard the outsiders tried to compete, it would all be in vain. Yunyazi looked at Suyu with a questioning look, meaning that he should decide for himself. Preordained by the heavens? Suyu's eyes were filled with reluctance. He said, then I ask the Divine Warrior of Qianyun to intercept a portion of destiny for me, or at least point me in the right direction. The Divine Warrior of Qianyun stared at Suyu for a long time and sighed softly. This is indeed a decision that suits your character. Fine, since you are confident that you can compete with the will of the heavens, I'll let you have a try. When he finished speaking, the divine warrior of Qianyun waved his palms toward the heavens and the earth, and an obscure chain of rules was intercepted in his palms. The divine warrior of Qianyun inserted it between Su Yu's eyebrows, and Su Yu felt something heavy on his body. At the same time, there was a vague invisible guidance in the depths of his heart, pointing him in the right direction. If the direction was right, it should be towards the Emperor four-piece set. Was this the intercepted destiny? The subtlety of it was unimaginable. If you meet that disciple, I hope you won't make things difficult for him. The divine warrior of Qianyun was worried. Zhong Wushuang was outstanding, but he couldn't see through Su Yu at all. For the sake of the destiny that you have bestowed upon him, I will help him if he is in trouble. The divine warrior of Qianyun nodded. As if remembering something, he said, by the way, I happened to meet your friend named Luo Shui and saved him. He is now settled in the Divine Realm Empire. Su Yu was delighted. No wonder there was no trace of Luo Shui in the demonic dimension. It turned out that he was rescued by the undead demon emperor. Chapter 1527. Thank you, Elder. Su Yu cupped his fists in gratitude. The divine warrior of Qianyun smiled, bowed to Yun Yazi and demonic sword Wuya respectively, and stepped into the gap, disappearing without a trace. Looking at the back of the divine warrior of Qianyun, or rather, the undead demon emperor, Su Yu understood. Among the demon emperors of the demon dimension, only the undead demon emperor saw through the truth of the giant of the bitter sea and fled the demon dimension. Now it seemed that there was a reason for that. The undead demon emperor must have been possessed at that time. After he left, everyone's eyes refocused on Yun Yazi and demonic sword Wuya. Demonic sword Wuya smiled kindly. Elder, you and Su Yu haven't seen each other for many years. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. We won't disturb you. With a wave of his sleeve, he disappeared with the crowd, leaving only the master and disciple. Haha, come and sit down. Yun Yazi beckoned. Su Yu walked over and sat on the other side of the chessboard. Master, have you been here for the past 10 years? Yun Yazi nodded with a smile. Most of the time. If you have any questions, ask away. Su Yu couldn't hold back the many questions in his heart. He asked curiously, where is this place? Why is it deep in the flow of time and space? Haha, this is the end of the god realm, where the ancient god Zhou used to live, Yun Yazi said leisurely. The ancient god Zhoulong's residence? Su Yu was surprised, but after a moment of contemplation, he said, the gate of time must have been left by the ancient god Zhoulong? Yun Yazi praised. You are really different from before. Your wisdom is amazing. Yes, the gate of time was left here by the ancient god Zhoulong. Su Yu could guess that because he knew that the ancient god Zhoulong must have mastered the law of time and space. Apart from the ancient god Zhoulong, it was hard to think of anyone else who could refine the gate of time and space. Master, who was the sinful woman I saw in the flow of time and space? She could see through time and space and detain me from the flow of time and space. Su Yu's heart still palpitated as he recalled that scene. If it wasn't for demonic sword Wuya cutting off the flow of time and space and ending the journey, Su Yu would have been pulled ashore and suffered the destructive pressure of billions of years. Yun Yazi said, that bastard is from the absolute beginning dimension, and she's one of the 3 strongest Downlords in the Downlord Hall. She's extremely strong, and you drew her attention because you forcefully saw through her true appearance while you were traversing the flow of space. Any Downlord has the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Not even the laws of the great Tao can restrain them, and neither can the laws of space and time. It's not strange that she could sense your existence in the space and time of billions of years ago. Your previous actions can be said to be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, you arrived near the end of the divine territory, and were detected by the demon sword Boundless, who promptly severed the space-time flow. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Yu shivered. I was careless. Yun Yazi said, I don't blame you. I didn't fulfill my duty to warn you. After thinking for a while, Su Yu's eyes flickered and he asked, Master, may I ask where the great beginning realm is? Yun Yazi was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "Do you know what the two words Tai Chu mean?" Su Yu shook his head slightly. "I don't." Yun Yazi said, "In the primordial times, the world was a mass of chaos and eternal darkness. There was no sunlight, no sky, no earth, no mountains, no rivers, and no living creatures. That was until a gas was born in the chaos. This gas fell as dust and rose as clouds. The dust gave birth to living creatures, and the clouds descended with blessings. The living creatures evolved into various forms, and the blessings evolved into the world, mountains, and rivers. After countless years of reproduction, until everything you see today. It can be said that the first gas in the world gave birth to everything that exists today. It has a name, the Great Beginning Gas." Su Yu was shocked. "Master, do you mean that the Great Beginning Realm is the birthplace of everything?" Yun Yazi nodded. "That's right. Even the God Realm originated from the Great Beginning Realm. Compared to the Great Beginning Realm, the God Realm is like a speck of dust, a lowly existence derived from the Great Beginning Realm." Su Yu's heart trembled violently. How vast was the Great Beginning Realm? Such a vast God Realm was actually one of the specks of dust derived from it. However, this God Realm is also a special existence, because its owner, the ancient god Jolong, was a powerful pathmaster who stood at the pinnacle of the Great Beginning Realm. Hence, the name of the ancient God Realm of Jolong resounded throughout the Great Beginning Realm. Hearing this, Su Yu was extremely curious about the ancient god Jolong. What kind of peerless character was he? Then, on the other side of this gap is the Great Beginning Realm? Su Yu's heart surged with uncontrollable waves. Yun Yazi asked meaningfully, "Do you want to enter it?" Su Yu wanted to nod, but he refused calmly. "No. I still have unfinished business." "Haha, is it lost in the God Realm?" Yun Yazi asked with a smile. Receiving Su Yu's nod, Yun Yazi smiled with relief. "If nothing goes wrong, it's a wise choice. Entering the Great Beginning Realm now will do you more harm than good." Su Yu's eyes flashed. "What do you mean?" Yun Yazi smiled. "The successor of the ancient god Jolong has appeared in the Great Beginning Realm. Do I need to tell you what will happen to him?" Su Yu was taken aback, but it quickly turned into a bitter smile. "I'm afraid Master already knew that I had the divine nine-dragon cauldron. If others could see it, there was no reason that Yun Yazi, who had been by Su Yu's side for a long time, did not know. At that time, if Yun Yazi wanted to snatch the divine nine-dragon cauldron, it would have been a piece of cake. However, he did not do so. He even pretended not to know and never delved into Su Yu's secrets." Deep gratitude and respect surged in his heart. Su Yu bowed. "Do you have any more questions?" Yun Yazi asked. "If not, I do have one that I'm very interested in." "Master, please go ahead," Su Yu said. Yun Yazi stared at Su Yu and asked curiously, "How did you know that the successor of the demon sword divine warrior was behind this gate of time?" "So it was because of this." Su Yu said casually, "Back then, I encountered a woman from the dream named Hong Chen. She followed me to the Star River God Realm, but she was scared away by a powerful being. At that time, I thought that there must be a powerful being hidden in the Star River. Later, I learned that the successor of the Devil's Word Emperor had given up on assimilating the Azura, and went missing. At that point, I came to the conclusion that the powerful entity Mistress Red Dust saw was most likely the successor of the Devil's Word Emperor. And when I saw the Gate of Time, I guessed that the Gate of Time must lead to some unknown place, where the successor of the Demon Sword Divine Warrior resides." As he spoke, Su Yu smiled bitterly. "What I didn't expect was that Master would be here." Yun Yazi listened attentively, his eyes overflowing with approval. After a long time, he sighed. "I see. Your prediction is so accurate that even I am surprised, but you might be wrong about one thing." "Oh, what is it?" Su Yu asked in surprise. Yun Yazi's expression gradually became solemn, and he said slowly, "The woman from the red dust path could not see us behind the Gate of Time. She was not scared away by Demon Sword Wuya and me." "What?" Su Yu's pupils shrank. "Then who did she see? Is there an unknown powerful being in the Star River God Realm?" Upon hearing that, Yun Yazi looked at Su Yu with a complicated look in his eyes. He said, "You know that person too, or you are very familiar with her." "Who is she?" Suyu asked in surprise. Yun Yazi did not speak, but took out a portrait that Suyu was very familiar with. With a flip of his palm, an ancient painting scroll appeared in Suyu's hand. The painting scroll was unrolled, and a beautiful woman as beautiful as a fairy, who did not seem to be a creature of the mortal world, appeared in the painting like a living person. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and her expression was indifferent. She exuded a beautiful face that made the world pale in comparison. It was a beauty that surpassed everything, a beauty that no creature could resist. Even Yun Yazi was lost for a moment, and his eyes were filled with deep infatuation. Their paintings were exactly the same. Suyu's painting scroll came from the Jojo Cavern world. It was a mysterious painting scroll that would make people immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. The person in the painting scroll was none other than Xia Jingyu. "Master, where did you get this painting scroll?" Suyu was very surprised. Yun Yazi said leisurely, "Half a year ago, from outside the gap, I drifted here along the water of the Star River." Half a year ago. Half a year ago, it was when he returned to the Star River God Realm from the Tianhu, and it was also when Mistress Red Dust followed Suyu and the others to the Star River God Realm. "What she saw should be this painting, not me and Demon Sword Wuya," Yun Yazi said lightly. Suyu stared at the two identical paintings, both of which were portraits of Xia Jingyu, a picture of a mature Xia Jingyu. It looked like her, but not like her. "Master," Mistress Red Dust called the person in this painting. "Senior." Suyu's heart trembled, and he clenched the painting tightly. His tone was solemn. "Master, do you know who the woman in the painting is, and how she is related to the woman your disciple has been searching for?" Yun Yazi looked at Suyu, and a rare look of pity appeared on his face. He said, "Suyu, I've never asked you to give up anything, and I've always encouraged you to go against the natural order. But this woman. If possible, I hope you can forget about her." "Why?" Suyu's heart sank. No matter how desperate the situation was, Yun Yazi would never ask Suyu to give up. "Only this matter." Yun Yazi sighed. "The reason is very simple, there will be no result between you." Suyu was silent for a long time, then gently shook his head, his eyes full of determination. "I have walked from Shenyu Island to the Zhenlong continent, and then to Jojo, all the way to the God Realm today. She is an obsession that I have never forgotten, the source of my perseverance to this day. If I give up on her, it is equivalent to denying all my past efforts. I can't forget, and I refuse to forget." Yun Yazi heaved a deep sigh. "Your answer is as expected, but reality is cruel. You will soon understand the meaning behind my words." Suyu said, "Master, may I ask if Xia Jingyu has been here before?" Bai Wanqing's prying eyes had detected the thread of fate between him and Xia Jingyu, running through the stone door. Unsurprisingly, she had been here before. "She has been here," Yun Yazi said. Suyu's eyes flashed, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Where?" Yun Yazi was silent for a long time, then pointed to the thatched hut and sighed softly. "She has been waiting for you for a long time. Go see her, take one last look at her." A basin of cold water doused Suyu's excitement. Chapter 1528. Back then, Xia Jingyu transmitted a message to Suyu with 7 notes from the other end of the thread of fate. "Brother Su, I'm waiting for you." It was because of this sentence that Suyu had isolated himself to study the heavenly book for 5 years, overcoming all difficulties to trace back to the Star River God Realm, just to find her. However, he could only meet her once. What happened to her? Suyu stopped in front of the hut, losing the courage to enter. Yun Yazi said, "You'll know when you go in." After hesitating for a while, Suyu plucked up his courage and stepped into the hut. What he saw was not the remains of Xia Jingyu, nor the scene of her dying breath, as he had imagined. Instead, she was leaning against the window, enjoying the scenery outside quietly and peacefully. An unknown yellow bird landed gently on the back of her hand, singing cheerfully. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the mist shrouded the beautiful side of her face. It was indescribably beautiful, surpassing all beauty. Even the bird sang to please her. As if she had sensed something, the woman turned her head. Her snow-white eyes seemed to have traversed 12 years of time and space. At that moment, Su Yu's heart stopped beating, and even his thoughts were frozen. Those familiar eyes, which had once seen the prosperity of the Zhenlong continent for him, evoked endless memories in Su Yu. It was as if he had returned to the beginning, when he was still a teenager, when he was still a nobody, and when he first met Xie Jingyu. The woman was stunned for a long time, and her pupils gradually dilated. It was as if an entire iceberg had melted in her snow-white eyes, turning into endless tears that rolled down her cheeks. "Brother Su," Xie Jingyu murmured with tears in her eyes. Her beautiful face was like a crying flower, making one's heart ache for her. The two of them had a tacit understanding, and they hugged each other. The long-awaited hug made Su Yu feel both excited and inexplicable peace. He even forgot about what would happen after his death, and only wanted to quietly enjoy this moment. "Brother Su, you're finally here. I have no more regrets in my heart," Xie Jingyu said softly as she wrapped her arms around Su Yu's neck and held him in her arms. Su Yu closed his eyes and said, "From now on, there will be no more regrets between us. When I finish dealing with the lost god realm, we will be together forever." Xie Jingyu, who was in his embrace, trembled slightly. Although her movement was weak, Su Yu could clearly see it. "Big brother Su. I don't think I'll be able to accompany you to the end," Xie Jingyu said. She sounded like she was about to cry. Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes and hugged her even tighter. He suppressed his uneasiness and asked, "Why?" Xie Jingyu raised her eyes and looked at Su Yu calmly. She only looked at him, but didn't reply. At this moment, Su Yu suddenly discovered that Xie Jingyu's pupils had lost their luster, as if they were black pearls that had lost their vitality. She was blind. She could not see Su Yu at all. "Your eyes." Su Yu was anxious, and he cupped her face. However, this inadvertent movement made Su Yu realize that her face and body were extremely cold. What made Su Yu's body stiffen even more was that he couldn't feel her heartbeat even though they were embracing each other. "Jingyu, your body." Su Yu's throat was choked, and his heart was trembling. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Xie Jingyu held back her tears, but her tears were like a kite with a broken string. She could not stop them, and they flowed down her cheeks to the ground, forming a sea. The seawater gradually submerged her, from her ankles to her calves, then to her knees. Su Yu held her hand, but she was slowly being swallowed by the seawater. "Jingyu!" Su Yu shouted as he came back to his senses. He tried to pull her up, but the seawater had a great power, and no matter what Su Yu did, he couldn't stop her from being swallowed. Xie Jingyu tried her best to smile. "Brother Su, don't think about me anymore. Just treat me as a passerby in your life. With me around, you won't be lonely." The seawater submerged her body, leaving only her face exposed. Su Yu's eyes were filled with tears. "Why? We met again after 10 years, yet you want me to forget about you?" Xie Jingyu gave Su Yu one last smile. "It's because I don't belong to this world. I only belong to you. Goodbye, brother Su. I love you." A wave of seawater came and submerged Xie Jingyu. "No!" Su Yu shouted loudly. He wanted to pull her up, but there was nothing in his hands. It was as if a kite that had been tightly held in his hands had been broken, and his palm was empty. He pulled back his palm, and a strand of hair was wrapped around his index finger. It was Xie Jingyu's hair. The seawater under his feet gradually calmed down, and the ground became flat again. Everything in the house was the same as before. There were no traces of seawater erosion. It was as if what had just happened was a dream. "Master, was everything just an illusion?" Su Yu didn't turn around, his voice low. Yun Yazi was standing outside the door. He looked at Su Yu's lonely back with a sorrowful expression. "No." Su Yu was shocked. Then Yun Yazi walked over and patted her shoulder lightly. He looked at the strand of hair wrapped around Su Yu's index finger and said, "This is the last thing she has left in this world. Her body, her soul, and her life have all disappeared." Rumble, rumble, rumble. Su Yu felt as if thousands of lightning bolts were rolling through his mind. She only had a strand of hair left. She had already perished. The woman who had comprehended the divine decree with him under the moonlight. The woman who had seen the world for him, who had sacrificed herself for him. The woman whom he had pursued so passionately had died. Time seemed to be silent, and the world seemed to be silent. Only Su Yu was left walking alone. He even forgot to breathe. He just stood there blankly, as if he had lost his soul, like a wooden stake. After a long time, as if countless years had passed, Su Yu asked in a daze, "How did she die?" Yun Yazi's eyes were filled with admiration as well as regret. In the being list, there's a race that's in the top 3, the goddess race. They're naturally intelligent, and their comprehension ability is superb. No one can compare to them. Among all the races, they've grasped the most great path laws. Many people only know this, but they don't know that the goddess race has another name that very few people know. That is, the Calamity Immortals tribe. They are born to control disasters. Through ancient sacrifices, they can launch disasters against specific living creatures. They are formless and extremely destructive. They are one of the most terrifying creatures in the Great Beginning realm. Similarly, they can also turn disasters into disasters, but it is 10,000 times more difficult than descending disasters. Because to turn disasters into disasters, they need to sacrifice the most precious part of themselves. Hearing this, Su Yu's eyes regained a bit of focus. Turning disasters into disasters. He had faced many disasters in his life. Several of them were man-made, but they were all miraculously resolved. You have gone through 4 disasters. The first is the Zhenlong disaster. The second is the Jojo disaster. The third is the Demon World disaster. The last one is the Dao Tai disaster not long ago. Yun Yazi said, "She resolved the 4 disasters for you, and each of them sacrificed one of their most precious things." Su Yu's eyes flashed. The Zhenlong disaster was the destruction of the world by the Blood Emperor. Su Yu used a fairy elixir to reverse the flow of time and space. That fairy elixir came from Xia Jingyu. The Jojo disaster was the divine disaster. Su Yu was destroyed by the endless black thunder feathers. There was a mysterious force that prevented the divine disaster from ending prematurely. The Demon World disaster, the pursuit of the giant of the bitter sea, the escape in the tunnel. At the last moment, a Buddha bone that should not have appeared in a place that should not have appeared. The Dao Tai disaster, Su Yu should have been unprepared and killed by the powerful and unpredictable Dao Tai. In the end, he obtained a bracelet and resolved the disaster. Now that he thought about it, those seemingly coincidences were not coincidences. Especially when the divine disaster arrived, he could even hear the sound of quarrels. To resolve your first disaster, she sacrificed her eyes. For the second disaster, she sacrificed her heart. For the third disaster, she sacrificed all her memories. For the fourth disaster, she sacrificed her body. Therefore, she lost her light, heartbeat, body temperature, and finally her body. All that was left of her was a strand of black hair. Su Yu's internal energy was tumbling in sorrow and self-blame silently. He should have known that. Why did she leave the Zhenlong city alone? She just didn't want Su Yu to see her lose her light so that he wouldn't feel guilty. After that, she sacrificed herself again and again to resolve the disasters for Su Yu, which were getting more and more dangerous. Then, she died. However, he didn't know it at all. Holding the strand of black hair tightly, Su Yu thought of something. Then, a small emerald dragon appeared in his left palm and surrounded the strand of black hair. Many faint shadows of the law of time and space appeared in the surroundings. However, the strand of black hair didn't move at all. It was useless to bring the dead back to life. Su Yu was not willing to give up. So, he used the law of time, space, and soul to cover the strand of black hair. Then, he tried to make it go back to the time before Xia Jingyu sacrificed herself. However, nothing happened to the strand of black hair. Yun Yazi sighed. She was entangled by the law of fate because she sacrificed herself many times. Now, you haven't mastered the law of fate in the divine nine-dragon cauldron. So, you can't bring her back to life. Su Yu's eyes lit up with shrewd light. The law of fate. Can I bring her back to life if I master it? Yun Yazi nodded his head. If you can break the shackles of the law of fate, you should be able to bring her back to life. Su Yu didn't know why Yun Yazi knew about the divine nine-dragon cauldron. So, he asked anxiously, then, What kind of divine blood do I need to water the dragon of fate? Even the blood of the ancient god Jolong couldn't water the dragon of fate. Yunyazi said, a pathmaster. Pathmaster? Hearing that, Suyu didn't feel desperate at all. Instead, he laughed crazily. Pathmaster, good. There is always a way out. Suyu was not afraid that the road was difficult, but he was afraid that there was no way out. Now, Suyu was quite relaxed when he found a way to save Xia Jingyu. Then, he regained his focus and looked resolute. Speaking of pathmasters, isn't there one left in the god realm? Suyu smiled. His smile was chilling. Even Yunyazi's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He felt a little uneasy. You want to attack the sinful lady? Yunyazi asked in surprise. He must have seen how powerful the sinful lady was in the spacetime reversal. Suyu's eyes were cold. Yes. I don't care who she is. Since her blood can save Xia Jingyu, even if she is the law of the Great Path, I will kill her. Moreover, the sinful lady and the demonic dragon had no intention of letting Suyu go. Sooner or later, there would be a fight to the death between them. Yunyazi looked deeply at Suyu with a complicated look in his eyes. He sighed. The sinful lady. I'm afraid you won't be able to kill her when the time comes, because she is, boom. All of a sudden, the thatched cottage shook violently, and the cliff they were on shook violently. The water level of the Star River that had been flowing for billions of years suddenly dropped. Chapter 1529. Yunyazi flashed to the outside of the hut, staring at the continuously falling water level. He did not look surprised. On the contrary, demonic sword Wuya looked extremely solemn as he said, indeed. The departure of the divine warrior of Tianyun has alarmed the evil spirit. If an ordinary creature had left through the gap, it would not have been affected, but the evil spirit could easily sense the divine consciousness of the divine warrior of Tianyun. As they spoke, the river that had been flowing endlessly through the gap for billions of years gradually stopped flowing. The river dried up, revealing the riverbed. Many unknown wreckage, divine weapons, and countless tomb guard spirits remained in it. Yunyazi said, as expected. Don't worry too much. The evil spirit will need at least 2 more years to awaken. 2 years is enough to determine the fate of the god realm. His gaze penetrated the gate of time and looked at the distant lost god realm. Swish. Suyu appeared as well, staring at the dark gap. Master, the 2 years you mentioned, are you referring to the sinful woman? Yunyazi looked at him and said, yes. After taking a light breath, Suyu remained calm and composed. His gaze became deeper and more resolute. Yunyazi said, you have a bright future ahead of you. Are you really going to die for a woman? Suyu didn't allow anyone to interfere. Master, if a woman can die for me, why can't I extinguish the fire for her? Isn't the most difficult and the most precious thing in one's life to have someone who is worth you risking your life for? Yunyazi was silent. After a while, he smiled. You are indeed my disciple. All right, I will help you. Demonic sword Wuya's expression changed slightly. He was about to say something but was secretly stopped by Yunyazi. Suyu was slightly stunned. Master, you are willing to help me. When he first became Suyu's disciple, Yunyazi had clearly emphasized that Suyu had to solve any difficulties on his own and that he would never intervene. But now, why was he taking the initiative to help? Yunyazi chuckled. There was a hint of relief in his smile. Because I have some grievances with her that need to be settled. Hey! There were grievances between the sinful woman and Yunyazi? That was unheard of. Thank you, Master. Suyu was grateful. Yunyazi said, prepare yourself well. At the crucial moment, I will take action and retrieve her divine blood for you. At this moment, Demon Sword Boundless said, when the time comes, I will also make a move and lend you a hand. Hearing this, Suyu was overjoyed. It could already be confirmed that the Demon Sword Boundless had reached the status of the former Demon Sword Sovereign. With a sovereign acting, it was enough to sweep away any existence in the lost god realm. However, Demon Sword Boundless continued, I can only act once. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, I will definitely not appear. Oh, why was that? As a monarch of heaven and earth, logically speaking, There was already no existence in the divine realm that could threaten him. All of a sudden, Su Yu surveyed the independent world around him. At the end of the divine realm, he pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Wuya, could it be that you, demonic sword boundless?" Nodded expressionlessly. "Yes, I have been in the flow of spacetime for too long. The power of spacetime that I bear is unimaginably vast. If I leave the flow of spacetime, that power of spacetime will definitely destroy me." What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, especially the first prince. He had yet to recover from the surprise of meeting his ancestor when he immediately received this grievous news. "Haha, there is no need to feel sorry. I am not the first person to guard this place. If my ancestor could do so, why can't I, Demon Sword Boundless, do the same?" Demonic Sword Boundless said indifferently, as if he had already seen through life and death. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he hesitated. "May I ask if the person before you was the Chilean divine warrior?" Demonic Sword Boundless laughed. "Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. That's right. Back then, I received the summons of the Chilean divine warrior. That's why I came here to replace him and guard this place. He had indeed escaped the sinful lady's pursuit. Then he is now." Su Yu's eyes darkened. Since Demonic Sword Boundless had come to replace him, it meant that he could not withstand the pressure of the power of time and had already. Demonic Sword Boundless eyes flashed. "Don't worry, he is the only surviving divine warrior among the 9 emperors. He won't die so easily." "Not dead?" Su Yu was shocked again. "Then where is he?" "I don't know. When I came here, the Chilean divine warrior had disappeared without a trace," Demonic Sword Boundless said. "But he did not escape. I think he must be planning something." As he spoke, Demonic Sword Boundless stared at Su Yu meaningfully, as if he was hinting at something. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Was the Chilean divine warrior related to him? Thinking about it carefully, Su Yu shook his head and denied this possibility. "If you want to obtain the sinful lady's blood, you can only get close to him. Before that, how you approach him is entirely up to you. Your master and I are powerless," Demonic Sword Boundless said. Su Yu's eyes shone with determination. "I will do my best." Right at that moment, the all-access merchant god and the Shung deity stepped forward cautiously, bowed, and said, "Senior, may I ask if our children have been here before?" Demonic Sword Boundless said, "Is it Shung Yuanshan and Yang Tai? They entered this door by mistake, but they could not withstand the power of time and space from the outside world and could not return." The two of them looked around. Then they, Demonic Sword Boundless pointed to the gap. "They can only enter the great beginning realm. Fortunately, the two of them are not strong. Even if they pass through the gap, they will not attract the attention of the evil spirit. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to deal with them." "What?" The two of them were shocked. "They entered the great beginning realm?" "Don't worry, the great beginning realm has more advantages than disadvantages for people with low strength like them," Demonic Sword Boundless said. The all-access merchant god and the Shung deity looked at each other and retreated with worried faces. Su Yu was also surprised. He did not expect that the two of them would enter there by mistake. The vast great beginning realm was not a blessing or a curse for them. Everyone rested for a moment and recovered. After counting the number of casualties, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The giant of the bitter sea had used the power of devouring and caused great damage. Fortunately, there were more injuries and fewer deaths. Only about tens of thousands of ordinary creatures died because of carelessness. The rest were injuries that could be repaired. After experiencing this catastrophe, the Star River God Realm was a daunting experience but not a dangerous one. "Pass the order, return to the Star River," Su Yu said after a few hours. The longer they stayed in the flow of time and space, the more terrifying the power of time they had to bear when they returned to the outside world. It was not advisable to stay here for long. Everyone entered the world annihilation plate, and Su Yu alone brought them to the entrance. Su Yu turned around and bowed to Demonic Sword Boundless and Yunyazi. "On the day of the sinful woman's death, please help me." When he finished speaking, he leaped into the gate of time. Suddenly, Su Yu appeared on a small boat again, floating down the river. Behind him, there was a stone door hidden in the flow of time and space. The scene of time around him appeared again, but Su Yu had no time to look at it. He looked down at the green hair wrapped around his index finger, his chest heavy. As Su Yu was lost in thought, suddenly, his eyelids twitched without warning. A warning sign suddenly rose in Su Yu's heart. Raising his head, Su Yu looked around and thought to himself, could it be that the sinful woman has attacked again? But when he looked up, it was a giant palm that crossed time and space and destroyed the long river with one palm, squeezing the endless power of time and space to destroy Su Yu. Su Yu was shocked. At this moment, he couldn't move at all in the flow of time and space. How could he resist the sudden annihilation palm? Who had crossed time and space to kill him? All of a sudden, the green hair on Su Yu's index finger moved slightly, as if trying to resist. Even if her body and soul were destroyed, the things she had left behind were all to protect Su Yu. It's you. Su Yu's eyes were filled with monstrous murderous intent. The 4 great ordeals were done by Xia Jingyu at the cost of her own life. But they didn't stop there. They tried to destroy Su Yu completely in the flow of time and space. Despicable people. Get lost. In the time and space behind Su Yu, a magnificent sword light cut through the flow and split the giant palm in half. A miserable howl of pain came from the darkness. The giant palm was broken and retracted abruptly. But because of the interference of the giant palm, the flow of time and space was turbulent. The small boat under his feet couldn't withstand the continuous waves and was on the verge of collapse. Su Yu was in the small boat and could capsize at any time. In the long flow behind him, the urgent voice of Demon Sword Wuya came, hang in there, don't fall into the long flow of time and space, or you will never be able to go back. His voice penetrated through the long flow of time for tens of millions of years and gradually became weaker. Su Yu only heard the first half of the sentence, but he understood what would happen if he fell into the river. Splash! The water of the long river of time and space was getting more and more turbulent, and the small boat was also getting more and more bumpy, making creaking sounds. At this moment, the small boat had arrived at the time and space when they entered the time gate. The scene of Su Yu opening the time gate and taking everyone into it was clearly replayed on the shore. If it went further forward, it would be the future. However, under the push of the huge waves, Su Yu couldn't stop the small boat at all, and it quickly disappeared into the future area. The 2 sides of the river of time and space in the future were blank. Because it hadn't happened yet, there were no fragments. Su Yu felt uneasy. If he went further forward in the future, it would be the time when the sinful woman was born and destroyed everything. What would be the point of showing up then? Stop! Su Yu shouted, but the small boat didn't show any signs of stopping. Instead, it suddenly encountered a huge wave of time and space, which knocked the small boat over. Su Yu couldn't move at all, and he watched helplessly as the small boat sank into the space-time boat. However, at this moment, on the other side of the future time and space, a small boat slowly rowed over. On the bow of the small boat, a woman in red was sitting cross-legged. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful figure. What was shocking was that the woman in red was not frozen and couldn't move. Instead, she was holding a flute in her hand and playing the music. The sound of the flute was like a fairy, full of complex emotions. Before Su Yu fell into the water, he glanced at the woman. When he saw her face clearly, he couldn't help but gasp and exclaim, Xia Jingyu. The face of the woman in red was exactly the same as Xia Jingyu. What? Xia Jingyu, who was playing the flute, opened her beautiful eyes and stared at Su Yu, who had fallen into the water, with a little surprise. Strange, in this long river of time and space, I can actually meet a living creature. This is fate. When entering the long river from different points of time and space, the river of time and space scene was completely different. Normally, there wouldn't be a situation where 2 boats met. Standing at the bow of the boat, Xia Jingyu looked at Su Yu and said, Who are you? Why did you call me Xia Jingyu? Chapter 1530. Su Yu was stunned. It was not Xia Jingyu. They had the same face, different temperament, and different souls. Xia Jingyu was tranquil and beautiful like a fairy from heaven. The redwood Xia Jingyu in front of him was as cold and proud as a peony, indifferent and magnificent. Seeing that Su Yu was silent, the redwood Xia Jingyu frowned slightly. She raised her hand and pulled Suyu out of the flow of time and space. Then, she said lightly, "It is fate that we met. I will save your life. Go." She waved her hand and Suyu was thrown to the riverbank. Suyu came to himself and asked, "Who are you?" The redwood Xia Jingyu did not look back. She followed the boat and went further and further away. When she was about to disappear, a faint voice came, "Qingyun, Qingyun, Qingyun." Suyu's heart was in turmoil. Were there really such similar people in this world? They had the same face, but they were different people. The world was spinning, and the great power of time and space pulled Suyu out of the flow of time and space. In a daze, Suyu heard a kind voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw Luo Shui's anxious face and the tree goddess who was crying beside him. "Ah, you are awake." Luo Shui was surprised. The tree goddess looked at him with surprise on her face. Then, she punched Suyu fiercely. "Humph! I am so disappointed that I thought I could share your property after you died." Suyu's eyes were still full of confusion. Everything that happened in the time gate was like a dream, which seemed very unreal. Especially at the end, he met the redwood Xia Jingyu in the flow of time and space, or rather, a woman named Qingyun, which was incredible. After a long while, Suyu's thoughts returned to reality. He found himself standing in front of a stone door, which was covered with dust. His body was also covered with dust. Suyu asked blankly, "What happened?" The tree goddess wiped her tears and complained, "You've been gone for a year and a half. Your soul has dissipated, and your vitality is gone. We thought you were dead." 1.5 years. Suyu jumped up suddenly and his eyes widened. "What did you say? 1.5 years?" The tree goddess was taken aback. She punched him in the chest and said, "What else can I do? You've been in the dimensional rift for 1.5 years. If it wasn't for the fact that we knew you were in the dimensional rift, I'm afraid we would have thought you were dead and buried you when we saw your lifeless body. How could 1.5 years have passed?" Suyu was quite surprised. That was the long flow of time and space. If one went in and came back from the same place, it would hardly waste any time. Wait. Some memories flashed in Suyu's mind. It seemed that he had encountered a great conspiracy. Suyu was shocked. Thinking back carefully, Suyu broke out in a cold sweat. He had just slipped into the future for a while, but he was 1.5 years later. Without a doubt, he had transmigrated to a year and a half in the future. What was even worse was that there was less than half a year left before the birth of the sinful woman. A sense of urgency reverberated in Suyu's chest. He immediately stared at the door of time. Once the door was opened, it would connect to Yun Yazi and demonic sword Wuya, the two almighty beings of heaven and earth. Yu they were, and he Yun, who Suyu, held the stone gate and put it away. However, just as Suyu's palm came into contact with the stone door, something strange happened. From inside the stone door, an incomparably huge pitch-black palm stretched out, exactly the same as the one seen in the flow of time and space. Suyu's eyes turned cold. That group of mysterious existences had not given up yet. They followed the flow of time and space to attack again. "You are courting death." Suyu's eyes were full of hatred. She had tried to kill Suyu many times, and great disasters had befallen him everywhere. Because of this, Xia Jingyu had died. What did he do to them? Why did they try to kill him again and again? However, when the giant palm struck, it was a fatal attack that contained the power of a star river overlord. It was enough to shatter Suyu's body and completely erase him from this world. "Get out of here." Suyu waved his hand. A creature with golden scales came out of the 9-jade spiritual pearl. It was the Azura envoy. He was still in a daze when he sensed danger. He couldn't resist Suyu's order and subconsciously tried to block it. However, as soon as they fought, the Azura envoy was shocked and said, "It's the Calamity Palm. You are from the Divine Lady tribe." Ah! The Azura envoy's golden body couldn't block the palm and was smashed by the black palm. The blood-red soul hidden in his body was also destroyed by the black palm. Before he died, the Azura envoy screamed, "Suyu, you killed me." Before he finished speaking, he was completely erased from the world. However, his death was not without benefits. The counterattack before his death forced the giant black palm back into the stone gate. It was only then that Su Yu was safe and sound. Feeling the terrible power left in the air, as well as the vague calamity, Su Yu had a lingering fear. A dignified Star River overlord was smashed into pieces by the so-called calamity palm. If it was him. Thinking about it, Su Yu's murderous intent soared to the sky. The Divine Lady Tribe. Why did you have to kill me, Su Yu? Looking at the floating soul fragments of the Azura envoy, Su Yu felt even more hatred. The powerful fighter given to him by Demon Sword Wuya was destroyed by the Divine Lady Tribe, or rather, by the Calamity Fairy. The Tree Goddess and Luo Shui witnessed the shocking scene and were speechless for a long time. Su Yu simply picked up the scattered divine blood nearby and looked at the body that was smashed by the giant black palm. Under the power of the giant palm, they rushed to the end of the Star River. It would be extremely troublesome to find them one by one. What Su Yu lacked the most now was time. Pass down the order to collect the remains of the Azura envoy and the divine blood, Su Yu said. Luo Shui heard the hidden meaning. Where are you going? The God Realm. And I have to leave now. Su Yu was anxious. There was only half a year left. Any later and everything would be too late. If he waited for the sinful lady to be born, the two great God Realms would not be able to defeat her, let alone seize her divine blood. If he wanted to seize it, he had to do it while she was sealed. Luo Shui and the Tree Goddess looked at each other, not understanding where Su Yu's urgency came from. However, the two tacitly said in unison, I'll go with you. Su Yu thought about it and did not refuse. Okay, let's go. We don't have much time. They did not even have time to reorganize the God Realm of the Empire after the Great Calamity. They went straight to the Sky Lake. Along the way, Su Yu was shocked to find that the huge Star River had disappeared. What happened? Su Yu asked in surprise. The Tree Goddess said, a year and a half ago, the source of the Star River suddenly stopped flowing, and the Star River continuously fell into the Sky Lake. Naturally, it dried up day by day. Half a year ago, it was completely drained. Dried up. Su Yu recalled the scene he saw on the cliff and felt relieved. So that was it. They arrived at the Sky Lake. The lake had dried up, leaving only a huge, bottomless cave. Without the Star River's water, the Sky Lake had lost its suction power. Some of the creatures left in the God Realm had climbed up the Sky Lake through the tunnel and were exploring nearby. Su Yu ignored them and plunged into the tunnel. At the same time, the demon realm of the past had been destroyed in the war, and the demons were wandering everywhere. Most of the demons had surrendered to the God Realm Empire, and only a small number had become roving bandits, robbing, killing, and looting everywhere. The vicinity of the demon realm had become their stronghold. On the star closest to the devil realm, they even established a barbarian tribe. In the tribe, besides these roving bandits, there were many hostages they had captured. Among them were kind demons, and there were also creatures of the nearby Star River. There were also some special existences, such as a middle-aged woman with a soul and a young man whose cultivation had been destroyed. The middle-aged woman's chest was penetrated by a special demonic artifact, and she was nailed to a stone pillar, which made it difficult for her to escape. Her hands and feet were not tied, because the demons needed her to use the power of her soul to craft some special demonic artifacts that could be sold. Because she had overused the power of her soul for a long time, her soul was very weak. If this continued, it would be impossible for her soul to recover, let alone rebuild her body. Slap. All of a sudden, a whip lashed out, causing his soul to sizzle. The middle-aged woman's soul was in great pain, and she screamed miserably, which made people feel pity for her. D****, hurry up. If you don't finish it by tonight, you will miss the deal. Humph, I will make you beg for death. The middle-aged woman's soul hurriedly begged for mercy. I will. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there were countless whip marks on her body. Some of them had even injured the depths of her soul, and they were still emitting excruciating pain. Not too far away from her, there was a youth whose feet were bound in chains. His cultivation had been wasted, and he was struggling to move a giant boulder to build a city wall. His entire body was covered in blood. His exposed skin wasn't intact at all. Some of his wounds were new, and some of them were old wounds that were difficult to recover from. What was most striking was that there was a rotten area on his left chest that was filled with maggots. Because he had used too much strength, the youth had affected the wound on his chest. He sucked in a breath of cold air, put down the boulder, and rubbed his chest. But because of this slight movement, what he received was a vicious blow to his back. A fierce demon carrying a spiked club smashed into his shoulder, the tremendous force causing the youth to stumble and fall to the ground. Then, the demon holding the spiked club wickedly grinned and stomped his head into the mud. Heh, the great enemy that Emperor Yu of the God Realm hunted down was trampled by a small ant like me. I really feel sorry for Emperor Yu. On the other side, the emaciated demon holding a long whip couldn't help but sneer, he is nothing. This is the female emperor of the God Realm. Unfortunately, Emperor Yu is so wise and powerful that he drove her away as soon as he came back, and even shattered her soul. These two were also humble existences in the Devil Realm, but now they could easily trample on them. The pleasure of trampling on the powerful existences that used to be famous could not be described with words. The two who were tortured by the demons were none other than the former Dakini, Jiyu Taishu. Hearing this, the Dakini secretly clenched her fists, but she didn't dare to refute. Instead, she worked hard, because if she dared to show any dissatisfaction, she would be beaten even more severely. In the mud, Jiyu Taishu's expression couldn't be seen clearly. His head was deeply stepped into the mud. He wanted to resist, but as a disabled person, he couldn't do so at all. He clenched his fists tightly, showing the unwillingness and anger in his heart. Look at this. You still want to resist? The demon with the spiked club noticed Jiyu Taishu's palms and sneered. He grabbed Jiyu Taishu's hair and pulled his head out of the mud. Look at this face. Who would have thought that he was Jiyu Taishu? The demon with the spiked club grinned hideously. He grabbed a handful of mud from the ground with his right hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 1531. What he got in return was a lightning-fast slap from the emaciated demon, which made his cheeks red and swollen. The emaciated demon sneered, "Do you think you are still the level 3 deity that everyone fears for your life? In the hands of us brothers, you are just like these maggot." The whip in his hand fiercely poked at his rotten chest, poking at the maggots wriggling inside. Jiyu Taishu's wound was stimulated, and he could not help but gasp in pain. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, a handful of stinky, dirty muddy water was stuffed into his mouth. Then, the mace demon pinched his mouth to prevent him from spitting it out, and said fiercely, "Swallow it." Then, he slapped him hard in the face. The repeated slaps made Jiyu Taishu a little dazed. A mouthful of dirty muddy water slid down his throat, and he finally swallowed it all. Ha. Look, the level 3 deity in the past is eating mud. TSK, how sad. Jiyu Taishu was lying on the ground, his heart full of humiliation, and his eyes were filled with sad tears. He gritted his teeth, endured the urge to vomit, and begged for mercy. "I beg you, please give me a quick death." His current life was worse than death. We haven't had enough fun yet. The mace demon laughed and said, "We have recently caught a few special human men. They don't like women, but they like handsome men. You are actually quite good-looking, and I believe that those men with special hobbies will love you very much." In the mud, Jiyu Taishu's body suddenly trembled. Imagining that those men would press him down and bully him, he wanted to die immediately, so that he would not suffer more humiliation. He's afraid. Come, drag him away and let those men of the human clan have a taste of him. We'll watch the show from the sidelines. The demon with the wolf fang mace picked up Jiyu Taishu's foot and dragged him toward a tent as if he was a dead dog. The nearby demons all smiled evilly and gathered around to watch the show, competing to see this strange scene. "No!" Jiyu Taishu screamed. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to die. He did not want to live a life worse than death anymore. Suddenly, Jiyu Taishu found that a huge fireball was shot from the starry sky. At the same time, the tribe issued an urgent warning, and many demons fled. However, the fireball was filled with extremely domineering energy. The moment the fiends flew up, they were pulverized. Even the tribe's strongest tribe leader, a fourth firmament fiend celestial, did not survive. He was destroyed on the spot. The fireball struck the star in a perfectly straight line, shattering it into pieces. When the flames dissipated and the dust settled, a shocking scene was revealed. Broken limbs and corpses of the devil race were everywhere. Not a single devil race member was intact. Not a single devil race member had survived the entire star. In an instant, all the living beings on the planet were annihilated. Ha ha! However, a maniacal laughter came from a huge pit filled with billowing smoke and dust. When the smoke dissipated, a young man could clearly be seen lying in a pile of golden flesh and blood, gorging himself on it. Every time he swallowed a mouthful, his cultivation would rise explosively. With a mouthful of blood, Jiyu Taishu let out a hideous laugh. He threw his head back and laughed. Heaven never bars one's way. When I was at my lowest point, heaven sent me precious flesh and blood to bring me back to life. Suddenly, an ancient divine Laksana appeared behind him. It looked ferocious and bloodthirsty. If Zhong Wushuang were here, he would definitely know what Jiyu Taishu was doing. He was cultivating the body of 9 gods. It was a mysterious physique from 10,000 years ago, and it could cultivate 9 kinds of Dharma idol with unfathomable power. This physique was either inborn or acquired through evolution. If it was the latter, it would need to devour a large amount of blood essence of strong men to evolve from the body of 9 spirits to the body of 9 gods. Zhong Wushuang had been suppressing Jiyu Taishu and forbade him from cultivating this technique because it was against the harmony of the heavens. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Taishu had accidentally obtained the body of the Azura emissary. The power contained in this body was unimaginable. Jiyu Taishu's strength recovered and continued to soar. As he chewed, he couldn't stop laughing. He laughed so hard that tears were dripping down his cheeks. When he had devoured more than half of the body, he had recovered his previous cultivation. However, he intentionally left the hideous wound on his chest unhealed. Feeling the excruciating pain coming from his chest, Jiyu Taishu said fiercely, "Su Yu, I will never forget what I have endured. The humiliation and pain you have made me suffer, I will make you pay me back 100 times, 1,000 times over." When he finished speaking, he rolled up the remaining flesh and blood and came to the stone pillar that had nailed the soul of Dakini. The stone pillar had long been destroyed, and Dakini had not escaped. "Dakini, I will help you pay back what you have suffered to Su Yu," Jiyu Taishu said in a low voice. He bowed and flew away. In the Lost God realm. As expected, the seawater in the Lost God realm had receded. The Lost God realm, which had been submerged in the seawater for a long time, was exposed to the surface. Luo Shui sighed softly. "I didn't expect that when I came back, everything would have changed. I wonder how the sect master and the temple master are doing." He had been away for nearly 2 years. He had no idea how the Lost God realm had changed. I should find someone to ask about the current situation. Although Su Yu was in a hurry, he understood that more haste, less speed. This was not the time to be reckless. When they left, the Lost God realm was in a state of chaos. The 4 great empires, the mysterious mermaid emperor, and the situation was complicated. Rushing in recklessly would only cause more trouble. Everyone nodded and flew towards the Lost God realm. However, the dried-up Lost God realm was nothing short of a disaster for the creatures who had evolved to adapt to the God realm. Along the way, there were endless corpses. They had all dried up and died. Along the way, there were no living creatures. When they arrived in front of an abandoned and broken warship, Su Yu stared at the warship with nostalgia in his eyes. When he had mistakenly entered the Lost God realm, his first stop was here, the mermaid tribe. The abandoned sacred sky warship was still inserted into the ground. However, he could keenly sense that there were living creatures in the sacred sky warship, and there were many of them. In a flash, the 3 of them teleported over and stood outside the sacred sky warship, on an abandoned crack, looking down at the scene below. Inside the sacred sky warship, there was still half a tank of water. All the mermaids were in the water. At the moment, they gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. "Little princess, for the sake of the big picture, please go up," an old mermaid said, bowing. A beautiful little mermaid was forced to a corner by all the mermaids, facing the burning eyes of tens of thousands of mermaids. The little mermaid looked sad and angry. She said angrily, "Are you all confused? How can you listen to the slanderous words of General Blackfish? Have you forgotten so quickly who caused my sister's death? Princess Greenbeard's fate is unknown. Who was it who was loyal to the Mermaid Emperor, causing us to fight for many years and suffer heavy casualties, to the point where there are less than 10,000 people left? Now you actually believe his words and want to sacrifice me to welcome the sea again? How ridiculous is this?" In the crowd, a giant creature with a black body and a black fish head crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a faint smile, "Little princess, you are wrong. How could I be the one who killed Princess Greenpearl? It was obvious that she couldn't resist the temptation. She eloped with a man. As for the situation of the mermaid tribe, haha, don't you think that the mermaid tribe is now the leader of all the tribes and has become a respected race? As long as the mermaid emperor is alive, the mermaid tribe will be glorious." The little mermaid said angrily, "Nonsense. My sister would never elope with a man. Also, how glorious is the situation of the mermaid tribe? When the mermaid emperor occupied the Empire of Darkness, did he ever allow the mermaid tribe to get any benefits? Humph, during the war, when there were sacrifices, the mermaid tribe was there. When it was time to divide the world and enjoy the benefits, the mermaid tribe was not there. How can you go against your conscience and say good things for such a mermaid emperor?" General Blackfish put on a fake smile. "Little princess, you are just talking nonsense because you are not willing to sacrifice for the mermaid tribe, right? Can you bear to see your people continue to struggle in this pool of water that is drying up day by day? As long as you are willing to sacrifice yourself, you can trigger the curtain of heaven and the sea water will descend again. This is the prophecy that the mermaid emperor asked the fortune teller to make." The little mermaid said, "I have sent people to the endless origin to find the reason for the drying up. I believe there will be results soon. Everyone, please be calm and don't listen to the rumors." But before she finished speaking, General Blackfish interrupted, "So, little princess is not willing to sacrifice for your people?" The little mermaid was furious and pointed at him. "You ambitious guy, don't even think about killing me and seizing the throne of the tribe." The mermaid emperor had already ascended to the throne, and the throne of the mermaid tribe was naturally inherited by her, the only mermaid princess. General Blackfish was aggressive, trying to kill her and seize the throne. "Little princess, please consider the fact that we are all your people. Please sacrifice yourself. Yes, you can't just watch us all dry up and die, can you? Little princess, I beg you, the water here is getting dirtier and dirtier. My children are sick, please be considerate of us." The little mermaid was so angry that her whole body was trembling, and she pointed at them speechlessly. Sacrificing herself for the sake of the greater good? What was the point of asking others to sacrifice themselves so openly? Looking at the pot of oil that had already been prepared, the little mermaid's eyes were filled with sorrow. Were these her people? Ignorant, cruel, and indifferent. General Blackfish lowered his arms, separated the crowd, and walked towards the little mermaid step by step. With a dignified face, he said, "Little princess, I'm sorry, but for the sake of your people, I think you have to make a sacrifice." "Ah, what are you doing?" the little mermaid screamed. But how could she be a match for General Blackfish? She was easily captured by General Blackfish. General Blackfish secretly sneered, flew to the altar, picked her up, and threw her into the pot of oil. He said seriously, "Little princess, your people will be grateful to you." The mermaids below cheered, as if once she died, the sea would come immediately. But the moment she fell into it, a branch broke through the air and swept the little mermaid away at the critical moment. The tree goddess pulled her back and stared at Suyu resentfully. "How could you keep your composure?" Suyu smiled. "Haha, anyway, even if I didn't make a move, you would have, wouldn't you?" Chapter 1532. General Blackfish was slightly shocked. He looked up and stared at Suyu with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with the mermaid tribe's sacrifice?" After 10 years, General Blackfish had already forgotten about Suyu. Firstly, it had been a long time. Secondly, Suyu had changed too much. Thirdly, Suyu was too weak back then, so he didn't have a deep impression of him. Suyu smiled faintly. It seems that you don't remember me. Hey, who are you? The little mermaid asked curiously with her charming emerald eyes. She had also forgotten about Suyu. After all, it had been 10 years. The tree goddess grinned. Human traffickers selling little beauties, are you afraid? The little mermaid stuck out her tongue. Only a ghost would believe that. Suyu smiled. Many years had passed, but the little beauty was still mischievous and lively. Meeting an old friend, and Suyu needed information, it was only natural for him to rescue the little mermaid. Let's go. Suyu turned around and didn't bother to pay attention to General Blackfish. The little grievances in the past were like smoke now that his cultivation had improved tremendously. It was not worth mentioning, and he didn't have any interest in revenge. Stop. However, Suyu wanted to stop, but General Blackfish didn't let him go. Swish, swish, swish. 8 Deity-level creatures flew out, including General Blackfish. The other 7 were always hidden in the crowd. At every critical moment, they would cause a commotion, causing many mermaids to call for the little mermaid to be sacrificed. Seeing that the little mermaid was about to be taken away, they naturally couldn't help but show themselves. Suyu was surprised. Oh, you want to keep us? General Blackfish stared at the tree goddess next to Suyu, a little afraid. This green-robed woman easily took the little mermaid from his hands, but he didn't react in time. This showed that she was very powerful. He said in a low voice, I don't want to keep you. I have always been kind to people, and I don't want to make enemies unless it is necessary. However, please give me some face and let the princess go. Suyu said lightly, you don't even know me, why should I give you face? General Blackfish's face fell, and the 7 deities around him slowly formed a semicircle. He said, so, you intend to be our enemy? The tree goddess couldn't stand it anymore and sneered. You only realized it now? Idiot. General Blackfish gritted his teeth and revealed a ruthless look. Brothers, attack. Pay special attention to that female tree goddess. Swish swish swish. All of a sudden, the 7 figures split into 3 groups and attacked Suyu, the tree goddess, and Luo Shuai respectively. The tree goddess laughed. Don't do anything. I'll do it alone. She was a level 4 deity, and most of the deities besieging her were level 5 deities. How could they be a match for the tree goddess? Puff 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 puff. After a series of dull explosions, the tree goddess summoned hundreds of huge vines, catching the 7 gods off guard. When they came to their senses, they were dumbfounded to find that they had been subdued by the vines. Their divine powers were greatly suppressed, and their divine bodies were tightly locked. General Blackfish was shocked. Level 4 deity. He turned into a beam of black light and immediately fled into the distance like a black fish. The tree goddess curled her lips. If you escape, where will I put my face? Kylar, a sharp and slender vine, wrapped itself around him at a speed 10 times faster than General Blackfish. General Blackfish was shocked. He took out his divine weapon immediately and tried to cut the vine off. However, a thumb-sized crack appeared on the divine weapon, while the vine remained intact. Come back obediently. The tree goddess hooked her finger and pulled General Blackfish back with a whoosh. The 8 deities were subdued in an instant. Seeing this, the mermaids kept quiet out of fear. What should we do with them? Sell their souls or their bodies? As the tree goddess spoke, she unceremoniously swept away all their belongings. Even their treasured clothes were not spared. The faces of the 8 deities turned green. Can you leave a pair of underwear for me? It's worthless. No. This pair of underwear is made of the fur of a precious beast. It can be sold for a few crystals. How many crystals do you still need? I am the poorest deity in the world. I don't even want a single copper coin. Soon, the 8 deities, who only had their underwear left, were hung upside down on the vines. Luo Shui's pretty face turned red. Then, she said, Sister Tree Goddess, you should pay attention to your image. You have taken off their pants. Why did you leave their underwear? They're all gold-plated. If you scrape them, you might be able to scrape off a layer of gold powder. The Tree Goddess's eyes lit up. Then, she praised, Sister Shuai, You are so smart. Why didn't I think of that? Even a mosquito's leg is valuable. Su Yu's eyelids twitched slightly. Luo Shui had been led astray by the tree goddess. After plucking all their clothes, the tree goddess said with satisfaction, "Hey, have you thought about how to deal with them?" Little sister Shuiyi said that there is a special brothel in the Lost God territory. There are many men who have been trained to serve rich old women. They have soft skin and tender flesh, and they are all at the level of gods. I believe that they will definitely be sold for a good price. Hearing this, the faces of the 8 deities turned from green to black. Now, they even wanted to die. After thinking for a while, Su Yu said, "When did I say I would deal with them? Untie them." Ah! The tree goddess, Luo Shui, General Blackfish and the other deities were stunned. Why? The tree goddess was reluctant to untie them. However, when she was stared at by Su Yu, she immediately released them. Her face was full of regret. It was as if she had lost all her savings. General Blackfish and the others covered their private parts with embarrassment and awe. Then, he said, What do you want?" Su Yu said, "I don't want anything. I just want to recommend you to be the emperor of the mermaid tribe." Ah! Are you serious? General Blackfish was shocked. The tree goddess and Luo Shui also widened their eyes. They didn't know what he meant. Su Yu said calmly, "Do I need to lie to you?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and summoned the little beauty. Then, he searched her body and found a mermaid scepter that had been passed down from generation to generation. It symbolized the imperial power. "Take it." Su Yu threw it to General Blackfish. General Blackfish was stunned and felt that it was unreal. The little mermaid was furious. She struggled and shouted, "Ah, be ****, how dare you help this bad guy? I won't forgive you." Su Yu stopped her indifferently and said, "You can't keep the throne, so you should naturally hand it over to someone capable. General Blackfish is stronger and more prestigious than you. He is more suitable to be the mermaid emperor than you. Whether you accept your fate or not, you can't change the reality." The little mermaid was so angry that she cried. She couldn't move her body, but her tears flowed like a broken dam. She sobbed intermittently. "I can't accept this. I hate you." Su Yu was unmoved and said to General Blackfish, "Now, you are the mermaid emperor." General Blackfish was overjoyed. He held the scepter and pointed it at his forehead. A golden brilliance condensed in the scepter and formed a crown on General Blackfish's head. At the same time, the crown on the little mermaid's head quickly dimmed until it disappeared. The imperial power had changed hands. General Blackfish finally realized his long-cherished wish of many years. He successfully seized the imperial power of the mermaid tribe and became the tribe king. After a moment of hesitation, the mermaids below greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Mermaid Emperor." Hearing the greeting he had been dreaming of, General Blackfish's heart flew to the 9th heaven. He laughed and saluted Su Yu. "Thank you, Your Excellency." No, I am very grateful." Su Yu waved his hand. "Don't be so quick to thank me. The mermaid tribe is in deep trouble and needs your help." General Blackfish laughed. "That's easy. I will find a way to get fresh water. Why do you have to go so far?" However, Su Yu smiled faintly. "Isn't there a ready-made way now?" The tree goddess suddenly understood Su Yu's intention. With a flick of her finger, a vine flew over and wrapped around General Blackfish. General Blackfish was shocked. "What are you going to do now?" "I'm going to use your method to get water for the mermaid tribe, of course." Su Yu smiled, but there was no warmth in his smile. According to the prophecy, as long as the mermaid emperor is sacrificed alive, rain will fall, and the sea will return to its former glory. Now that you are the mermaid emperor, you should have the responsibility of being the mermaid emperor. Lord Mermaid Emperor, please have mercy on your people and sacrifice yourself as a living sacrifice. Now that things had developed to this point, who could not understand Su Yu's true intentions? He was going to give them a taste of their own medicine. General Blackfish snapped, "Are you kidding me?" He hurriedly said, "Everyone, don't believe his nonsense. I have other ways to find a new water source for everyone." However, he was horrified to find that many mermaids were staring at him with blazing eyes. The tree goddess chuckled and said, "Those are your original words. We didn't embellish them." General Blackfish raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone, please calm down. Things are not as simple as you think." However, all he got was a sneer from the tree goddess. "Mermaid Emperor, please consider the overall situation. Sacrifice yourself to help everyone. Don't you love your people?" The mermaids below begged for mercy. "Lord New Mermaid Emperor, please, sacrifice us alive. We will be grateful for your kindness for 100 generations. Lord Mermaid Emperor, my child is dying. Before you find a water source, please bear with the pain for a while. When my child grows up, he will come to pay his respects to you." Hearing that they wanted him to die to help them, General Blackfish said angrily, "Get lost. Why should I die and you all live well?" He glared at Suyu and said, "Let go of me immediately, or our king will never let you go." Suyu said lightly, "If he dares to come to me, I will make sure he never returns. Sacrifice him." The tree goddess's eyes were cold. With a pull of her vines, General Blackfish was pressed into the boiling oil pot. With a miserable howl, General Blackfish was blasted to death, leaving behind only a charred corpse. The mermaids around cheered excitedly and looked up at the sky, waiting for the rain to fall. However, the sky was clear, without any wind or clouds. Why hasn't there been any rain yet? Strange, could it be that General Blackfish has just ascended to the throne, so the sacrifice failed? So, we still have to ask our little princess to sacrifice herself. Chapter 1533. A group of ignorant, selfish, indifferent, and numb creatures. Such creatures were not worthy of her protection. "It seems that you don't want to go back. Come with me, and I'll ask you some questions," Suyu said lightly. The group quickly left and went straight to the glazed crystal mountains. The charred corpse of the Blackfish General was abandoned at the side. No one noticed that a thumb-long blackfish image had vanished with a whoosh. On a nameless hill, the little mermaid stared at the big mermaid who suddenly appeared in front of her. At first, she thought it was an illusion, but when she confirmed that it was a real person, she cried out in surprise and hugged her. The sisters reunited and chatted for a long time before Luju said, "Mr. Su has done us a great favor. If he wants to know something, you don't have to worry about it. Tell him everything, understand?" The little mermaid nodded and said to Suyu, "Ask away." Suyu said, "Tell me about the situation in the God Realm and the entire Lost Nation." "You asked the right person. Our mermaid tribe was once the center of the coalition command. We have news from all sides, so we have a very detailed understanding of the situation. It's better than asking someone in the Empire." The little mermaid proudly raised her pair of baby pigeons. Now that the war in the Lost Nation has subsided, the Empire of Darkness has been annihilated and replaced by the Taichu Empire established by the Mermaid Emperor. The wizard tribe has also fallen into a state of recuperation because of the heavy blow and no longer set foot in the divine realm. The world is peaceful. Peace. It was the strange calm before the storm. Hearing about the heaven-defying empire, Suyu's heart moved. Who is in charge of the heaven-defying empire now? Of course it is Nitian Hanxing. Nitian Guyun fell in the Lost Nation, so he naturally took over the empire. The little mermaid looked at Suyu strangely. It was him. Speaking of Nitian Hanxing, his strength has grown incredibly. Not only has he reached level 2, but he is about to break through to level 1. It is said that not long ago, he met with the Mermaid Emperor, Tai Ching Yun Luan, and Binghua Tsangxing and signed a peace agreement. During that time, they had a duel. Do you know what happened? The little mermaid's eyes were filled with awe and worship. Nitian Hanxing, with his own strength, managed to suppress the three of them, leaving them with only the ability to defend themselves. It is said that he only used one hand from the beginning to the end. He did not even use half of his strength. It's really hard to imagine how powerful he will be if he goes all out. Suyu and Luo Shui's faces turned grave as they listened. Back then, Nitian Hanxing had escaped a calamity and had become so powerful. According to the description, he was even stronger than Nitian Guyun in the past. If they really fought one-on-one, it would be very dangerous. However, with the great enemy of the sinful lady in front of him, Su Yu had no time to pay too much attention to Nitti and Hanxing. He had to find a way to enter the underground of the celestial crystal mountains and get close to the sinful lady. Knowing that the world was at peace, Su Yu had no more worries. His gaze locked onto the glazed crystal mountains. After several hours, he stood outside the mountains. However, someone else had arrived before him. That was a fish-body human head creature with a crown on its head. It sat beneath the mountain range, drinking wine in a pavilion. Beside him were 4 level 3 deities guarding him. Green Bead and the Little Mermaid stared at him with hatred in their eyes. This person was none other than the Mermaid Emperor, the current monarch of the Taichu dynasty. "Were you waiting for me?" Su Yu asked calmly. From behind the Mermaid Emperor, a black shadow leaped out, his eyes full of hatred. "It's him, Lord Mermaid Emperor, please help me." The Mermaid Emperor looked sideways, and his originally indifferent face gradually showed a trace of doubt. A trace of familiarity was gradually replaced by a touch of surprise. His expression changed again and again before he regained his composure. As if in deep thought, he asked, "How did he treat you?" The black shadow was undoubtedly the remnant soul of General Blackfish. He said with hatred, "This unknown kid actually used me as a living sacrifice. His methods are vicious and his heart is vicious. He doesn't take you seriously, Lord Mermaid Emperor." The Mermaid Emperor took a sip and said calmly, "Blackfish, there is one thing you are mistaken about. He is not some unknown kid, but a big shot that you definitely know." "Big shot?" General Blackfish was stunned. "In this world, there are only a few people who can disregard me, and he is one of them." General Blackfish's expression changed. Who is he?" The Mermaid Emperor smiled slightly and spat out 2 words, "Su Yu." "It's him." General Blackfish gasped, his expression filled with indescribable awe and fear. The invincible existence that led the wizard tribe and killed Nitti and Guyun? Some people had already analyzed that Su Yu's combat power was above that of the rulers of the 4 great empires. In this era, only the sudden emergence of Nitti and Hanxing might be qualified to be on an equal footing with him. After all, he was the existence that killed the strongest king with his own hands. How could he not know such a person? However, he never dreamed that the person he had invited the Mermaid Emperor to kill was such a world-shaking overlord. "So, do you know who you have offended?" the Mermaid Emperor said lightly. General Blackfish knelt on the ground with a thud. "I deserve to die. I have provoked a great enemy for Lord Mermaid Emperor." The Mermaid Emperor waved his sleeves and helped General Blackfish up. He smiled and said, "Why do you deserve to die?" General Blackfish rubbed his palms, which were full of cold sweat. Hearing this sentence, he felt much more at ease. It seemed that the Mermaid Emperor had decided to protect him. As the Mermaid Emperor, he also had his own dignity. If he could not protect his subordinate, how could he win the hearts of the people? However, the next sentence of the Mermaid Emperor threw him into the abyss. "Because you deserve to die 1,000 times." General Blackfish only felt his vision go black, and the remnant of his soul was crushed, leaving nothing behind. On the face of the Mermaid Emperor, there was still a calm smile. He looked at Su Yu and said, "I am sorry to have embarrassed myself, handsome Su." Su Yu stared at this person deeply. The Mermaid Emperor should be the tomb guard spirit. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he was also extremely cruel. He killed people with a smile, and those he killed were those who had been loyal to him since the beginning. It could be said that he was inhumane. Su Yu said lightly, "Is there anything else?" The Mermaid Emperor was still smiling. "I hope to form an alliance with handsome Su." It was impossible for such a person to be honest, not to mention that his identity was unknown and quite mysterious. How could Su Yu trust him with his back? "I don't think there is a need for us to form an alliance." Su Yu refused without hesitation, showing no mercy. However, the Mermaid Emperor did not care and said with a faint smile, "I think that in the Lost Nation, the 2 of us are the ones who have the most need to form an alliance." Su Yu said, "Why do you think so? You and I don't know each other, and we have never crossed paths." "Ha ha!" The Mermaid Emperor laughed. "You appearing in front of this mountain range means that we have crossed paths." Su Yu's pupils narrowed slightly. "You mean, the underground ancient tomb?" Ha, exactly. The Mermaid Emperor said, between you and me, we have common enemies, the sinful girl and the demonic dragon. Su Yu was slightly surprised. The demonic dragon wanted to kill Su Yu. How did he know about this? The more the other party behaved like this, the more Su Yu felt uneasy. He shook his head and said, even so, there is no need to form an alliance. Ha, it is necessary, because... The Mermaid Emperor dragged his voice. I know the weakness of the sinful girl and the demonic dragon, a weakness that can destroy them in advance. Boom. Chapter 1534. Weakness. How could such a powerful existence have a weakness? Su Yu was skeptical. He stared at him and said, at least, you have to make me believe you first. Only then will I believe what you say. Otherwise, if you harbor evil intentions and casually point out a weakness that doesn't exist, wouldn't I be courting death if I rashly oppose the sinful lady and the demonic dragon? Ha. The Mermaid Emperor smiled. Then what will make you believe me? Su Yu said deeply, at the very least, let me know what you are. I've seen countless tomb guardian spirits, but this is the first time I've seen one like you, who has been growing stronger and stronger, and also possesses supreme intelligence. The mysteriousness of this Mermaid Emperor was really incredible. He had come from the ancient tomb, and his strength had skyrocketed in a strange manner. After he had appeared, he had immediately started a war, and in the end, he had seized the Eternal Darkness dynasty and become the monarch of one of the 4 great dynasties of the God territory. In terms of mystery, no one could surpass him. Ha, the monarchs of the other 3 dynasties have asked me the same question. My answer is, I am the reincarnation of the World Annihilation Emperor. The Mermaid Emperor laughed. Su Yu asked calmly, so, did they believe you? Of course not. Then, what's your answer? Su Yu stared at him. The Mermaid Emperor's smile faded, and his expression turned serious as he said, I did not lie. Was he really the reincarnation of the World Annihilation Imperial Warrior? Was that even possible? In this world, are there really living beings that can reincarnate? In your eyes, what is the tomb guard spirit? The Mermaid Emperor asked Su Yu. Su Yu thought for a moment and said, after the death of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, evil creatures were born from their ancient tombs. Evil creatures? The Mermaid Emperor smiled self-deprecatingly. Then do you know how the tomb guard spirit was born? This question stumped Su Yu. He only knew that the tomb guardian spirits came from the ancient tombs of the divine warriors of heaven and earth and were there to guard the remains, but he did not know where they came from. It's the soul fragment of the divine warrior of heaven and earth. The Mermaid Emperor said indifferently, the divine emperor of heaven and earth is the existence closest to the Path Master. In essence, he has already mastered the great path law of heaven and earth and is immortal and indestructible. Especially his soul, which is embedded with the great path law chain, will not perish. Su Yu couldn't help but think of the divine thoughts of the divine warrior of Tianyun. The divine sense was of a lower level than the soul fragment. It was just a strand of the divine sense of the divine warrior of heaven and earth. However, even a thought had not been extinguished after hundreds of millions of years. It could be seen that the Mermaid Emperor's statement was not groundless. Souls can't be destroyed, but they can be crushed. However, the crushed soul fragments are difficult to destroy. They carry a portion of the power of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. They cultivate to become living beings on their own, and because there is no guidance, they condense into all kinds of strange shapes and forms. Hearing this, Su Yu was slightly surprised. As it turned out, the so-called wild beasts and tomb guardian spirits were actually the souls of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Their existence signified the fall of the emperor. Most of them are unable to develop spiritual wisdom. Only a few of them can carry away part of the memories of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, and I am one of them, the Mermaid Emperor said. Su Yu's eyes shone as he shook his head. I still find it hard to believe. Do you have any proof? Evidence? Of course. The Mermaid Emperor smiled faintly. For example, my memory tells me that the world annihilation plate you imitated has at least 10 parts that are completely wrong. Especially the real use of the world annihilation plate, it is completely wrong. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. After thinking about it, he took out the shrunken world annihilation plate. "Are you talking about this?" The Mermaid Emperor smiled slightly and said, "May I show you?" "Of course." Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. The Mermaid Emperor took the world annihilation plate, but did not immediately enlarge it or activate the world annihilation cannon. Instead, he held it tightly in his palm, and then stared at the mysterious crystal mountains that covered hundreds of millions of miles in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled into a nostalgic smile as he said, "Watch carefully." As he weaved a seal with one hand, the world annihilation plate seemed to come to life, spinning rapidly in his palm. Then, he raised his hand and threw the world annihilation plate out, spinning rapidly, heading straight for the mysterious crystal mountains. Bang! With a loud roar, the rapidly spinning world annihilation plate cut through the space cracks that were as black as hair. The huge mysterious crystal mountains were easily cut open. However, this was just the beginning. The world annihilation plate entered the mysterious crystal mountains, and its speed did not slow down. Instead, it sped up, getting faster and faster. Its edge was no longer the space cracks, but the law of space. Endless law descended around the world annihilation plate, following the world annihilation plate. At an increasingly fast speed, it cut through the mysterious crystal mountains, sucking them into the space and crushing them into pieces. After half a cup of tea's time, the world annihilation plate flew back on its own, gradually stopped spinning, and fell back into the palm of the Mermaid Emperor. Meanwhile, the mysterious crystal mountains had undergone earth-shattering changes in just half a cup of tea's time. The entire mysterious crystal mountains, from the mountainside up, were smashed into pieces, leaving only a bare section. The shocking scene stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. The Mermaid Emperor showed a look of approval. Although it is an imitation, the materials and tools used are superior. It is much better than the world annihilation plate that the four great empires jointly imitated. As he spoke, he threw the world annihilation plate back. The edge of the world annihilation plate was still burning hot, but it was not damaged. Su Yu's heart trembled. Was this the real way to use the world annihilation plate? Wasn't this power a little too powerful? It was more than 100 times more powerful than the power of 100 world annihilation cannons. If he had mastered its use earlier, he would not have had to fight the giant of the bitter sea. "How is it? Can you trust me now?" The Mermaid Emperor smiled lightly. There was no doubt about his identity. "Why did you choose to cooperate with me?" Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. The Mermaid Emperor's eyes shone with disdain as if he was the most powerful emperor in the world. He said, "I have observed that in the God realm and outside of the Lost Nation, everyone is incompetent and not capable of taking on great responsibilities. Among the four great empires, Taiching Yunhuan is, after all, a woman. She is indecisive and will not achieve great things. Binghua Tsangxing is bold but not astute, headstrong and self-opinionated. She cannot be trusted. Yongye Jiuyang is brave and astute, but he is helpless. He is like a puppet and cannot be trusted. Nitian Guyun is powerful and farsighted, but he is arrogant. He will die sooner or later. The Moonwatch sect leader of the Lost Nation keeps a low profile, but he is pedantic and follows the old ways. He is too narrow-minded and will not achieve great things. The 5 strongest existences in the Lost Nation were worthless in the eyes of the Mermaid Emperor. Only you, Su Yu, I have observed you for a long time." The Mermaid Emperor stared at Su Yu, and his eyes shone brightly. "In terms of strength, you may not be the strongest, but you can defeat those stronger than you. You are good at using tricks and can often turn disadvantages into advantages. Since you came to the Lost God realm, what you have done along the way can be regarded as a miracle. Even when I was alive, I had never seen a genius like you. I deeply believe that if I cooperate with you, I will be able to make a name for myself in the great beginning realm, let alone take over the God realm." Su Yu listened and said with a poker face, "You are flattering me. However, you seem to have missed one person." The Mermaid Emperor smiled lightly and said, "You mean Nitian Hanxing?" "Exactly. If the information I received is correct, he suppressed the 3 of you with half of his strength. Such strength is far beyond his father's, and in terms of strategy, Nitian Hanxing is not inferior to him," Su Yu said. The Mermaid Emperor said very calmly, Haha, he is indeed excellent. In the year and a half that you were missing, he was actually the target I wanted to look for to cooperate with, but since you are back, there is no need to contact him anymore. He continued, Niti and Hanshing's strength and strategy, in general, are on par with you, but this person, the Mermaid Emperor, frowned slightly. If I am not wrong, I am afraid he is going to become an inverse demon. Inverse demon? Suyu was slightly stunned. The Mermaid Emperor said, back then, the heaven-defying being's inverse will was too strong, beyond his tolerance limit. As a result, he became a demon. Even if someone blocked his sight, he would be brutally killed. Or if someone looked at him, it would also trigger his inverse will and obliterate the other party. In the end, it developed to the point where he would kill anyone he saw and destroy any cavern world he saw. Anything that stood in his way would be destroyed. Later, it was the other 8 emperors who joined forces to suppress him under the ancient black ice. After 10,000 years of precipitation, he was able to control the overly powerful inverse will and awaken. The Mermaid Emperor was a little worried. Nitian Hanshing has a great inverse will, but he does not have a solid foundation. Coupled with his strong hostility, I think the possibility of him becoming a demon is very high. Now that the emperors have been destroyed, once he becomes an inverse demon, no one can stop him. I am afraid that the harm he will cause will be no less than that of the sinful lady and the demonic dragon. Suyu heard this and frowned slightly. Was the inverse demon that terrifying? Comparable to the sinful lady? Would then, if I kill him in advance, won't everything end? Suyu said. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head resolutely. Never. He is already on the verge of becoming a demon. If you fail to kill him, his inverse will definitely multiply, and he will definitely become a demon. Suyu frowned. What a trouble. If you meet him, try not to fight him, and do not go against his will, otherwise. The Mermaid Emperor paused. He clearly remembered that when he met Nitian Hanshing last time, his biggest obsession was to kill Suyu. If they met, even if Suyu did not die in his hands, he would still be a hindrance to Nitian Hanshing. With hindrance, the inverse will would definitely become stronger. However, was Suyu going to stand still and be killed by him? It's better if you don't meet each other, the Mermaid Emperor said helplessly. After that, he said seriously, in short, you are the best candidate for cooperation. I have the sinful lady's weakness, and you have the unparalleled strategy. If you and I work together, we will be able to kill her before she breaks the seal. Suyu's eyes flashed deeply, and after thinking for a long time, he said, okay. We can cooperate. The Mermaid Emperor laughed. Finally, there is a kindred spirit. As he said that, the Mermaid Emperor took out a spell and handed it to Suyu. As a sign of sincerity, this is the method to control the world annihilation plate. I believe it will make you stronger. Suyu's heart was moved, and he was very grateful. Thank you, Mermaid Emperor. I wonder what is the weakness that the Mermaid Emperor mentioned, and do you have a corresponding plan? Suyu asked. The Mermaid Emperor twirled his beard, and his eyes shone brightly. No matter how strong a creature is, there is a weakness, and the sinful lady is no exception. When the 9 emperors joined forces to suppress her, they found something very strange. She was not a complete person. Suyu's eyes were thoughtful. Not a complete person? What do you mean? I mean, the Mermaid Emperor said slowly, she is just a soul, without a physical body. Hearing this, Suyu took a deep breath. She was just a soul, and she had the power to kill the 9 emperors? So, killing her has infinite possibilities. The Mermaid Emperor said deeply, if we had known that she was a soul, maybe the 9 emperors would not have ended up so miserably. Chapter 1535. Soul Body. Suyu couldn't help but think of Yunyazi. They were both incredibly powerful soul bodies and equally mysterious and unfathomable. However, Suyu had been in contact with Yunyazi for a long time. He shook his head and said, at her level, it doesn't matter whether she has a physical body or not. In terms of the strength of her soul alone, she surpasses the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Unless you have a special way to target the soul, this is not a weakness. The Mermaid Emperor showed a look of approval. Haha, it is reassuring to work with you. If others knew that she was a soul body, I am afraid they would immediately be blindly optimistic. Yes. The strength of her soul wasn't something that could be shaken by the sovereigns of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, there was once an abnormally powerful civilization weapon that was created in the divine territory. It was a pity that the sinful woman and the demonic dragon descended before it could be completed. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Do you have the blueprint? Swish. The mermaid emperor threw out a blueprint that he had drawn himself. It was a rather tall humanoid puppet, covered with strange Sanskrit characters. Seeing this picture, Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. Wasn't this the Brahma puppet that was being built in the World Annihilation Plate? He returned the blueprint calmly and said, "It looks like it is not very powerful. It is only at the level of a level 2 deity." Ha ha ha. The mermaid emperor laughed. Since I dare to call it a top civilization weapon, how can it only be at the level of a level 2 deity? It looks like an ordinary puppet, but the Sanskrit characters on its body can absorb divine blood. The more it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. Su Yu's brows twitched secretly. There was such an ability. My idea is to absorb the blood of all living beings in the world and make the Brahma puppet reach the level of a pathmaster. Then, it will deal a devastating blow to the soul of the sinful girl. The mermaid emperor said slowly, "This is why I want to unify the world. Without absolute imperial power, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to force everyone to donate part of their blood. It could reach the level of a pathmaster." Su Yu's pupils shrank, and he secretly took a few breaths. In that case, the Brahma puppet that he was building could also be. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yu acted as if nothing had happened and said, "So, your plan is to unify the world first?" "Yes. And the time is too short, less than half a year." The mermaid emperor's eyes darkened slightly, and he said, "I hope you can help me. This is the only way to destroy the sinful girl. Otherwise, any attempt is futile." After pondering for a long time, Su Yu nodded slightly. The wizard tribe in the Lost Nation is still manageable. I'm confident that I can convince them to donate part of their essence blood. However, I'm not confident at all in the 4 great empires of the God realm. The mermaid emperor said, "Leave it to me. I'm going to send out an invitation to the 4 emperors to gather again and discuss together. You must be present at that time," he said meaningfully. Su Yu understood what he meant and said, "That's good. I'll go back to the Lost Nation first and discuss with the Moonwatch sect leader. There's no time to lose. Goodbye." The two of them exchanged communication artifacts, and Su Yu flew away. The mermaid emperor flicked his sleeves and immediately rushed back to the Empire of Darkness to issue the invitation. "Big Brother Su, the drawing seems to be the one in your warehouse." Luo Shui's eyes turned. She had also seen the drawing just now. Being extremely intelligent, she seemed to have guessed something and said, "Big Brother Su, do you not trust this reincarnated emperor of the past? Why don't you tell him that you have one too?" Su Yu's eyes gleamed with deep lust, and he said, "Of course not. This person is ruthless and ruthless. Even if he is the reincarnation of the World Annihilation Emperor, we must be careful." Recalling how easily he killed General Blackfish, a subordinate who had followed him since the beginning, Luo Shui was deeply convinced. He turned hostile and killed people with a smile. It was not an exaggeration to be extremely careful when working with such a person. "You guys rest first. I'll rush to the forbidden land of 10,000 demons immediately and meet up with the wizard tribe," Su Yu said. Luo Shui nodded and obediently returned to the World Annihilation Plate. Next, Su Yu immediately used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. The divine power that Su Yu possessed now far exceeded that of a level 3 deity and was second only to that of a level 2 deity. Using the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole was effortless. Therefore, he teleported continuously all the way, easily covering hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers. The vast lost forest spun like a phantom under Su Yu's feet. Along the way, as expected, all the land that had sunk into the sea in the past saw the light of day again. The same was true for those ancient forests. Moreover, Su Yu was a little surprised to find that the remaining seawater was receding in one direction. With a thought, Su Yu changed his direction slightly and followed the direction in which the seawater was receding to investigate. Half a day later, Suyu stood in mid-air, deeply frowning as he looked down. There was an incomparably huge whirlpool beneath his feet. The seawater in all directions was pouring into the whirlpool, flowing endlessly. The lost nation had dried up because of the existence of this whirlpool. In other words, under the whirlpool, there should be a bottomless pit that could contain endless seawater. However, the location of the whirlpool was rather subtle. It happened to be in the center of the Blackwood Forest. More coincidentally, it was in the middle of the Forbidden Land of 10,000 Demons, the Forbidden Lands of Red Dust, and the Forbidden Lands of Azura. Is it really a coincidence? Suyu pondered. All of a sudden, Suyu saw a faint dark reflection in the whirlpool. It looked like a round bead, but when he looked up, there was nothing in the sky. Suyu was surprised. He fixed his eyes on the water, and the reflection became more and more familiar. After a while, Suyu suddenly remembered what it was. Back then, Suyu had used the sky-splitting yin-yang style to finally extract the wizard ancestor's power that had been sealed in Yongye Chushue's body for many years. Unexpectedly, the power of the wizard ancestor flew into the sky on its own. He especially remembered the excitement and loneliness of the epoch-making dragon at that time, saying that this thing was the key left by the wizard ancestor. Until now, Suyu had not understood what the key was. However, it actually appeared in the whirlpool, right in the middle of the 3 Forbidden Lands. It was incredible. The Lost Nation, the god realm that was broken into 2, what happened? Suyu's eyes flashed. After a pause, Suyu continued on his way. 2 days later, Suyu arrived at the Forbidden Land of 10,000 Demons. To Suyu's surprise, after 2 years, the Forbidden Land of 10,000 Demons had re-entered a defensive posture. All the scales had shrunk and wrapped into a ball. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of the epoch-making dragon, and a small gap was opened. Suyu quickly flashed in, and what he saw was the wizards who had suffered heavy casualties. Including the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple, she was also seriously injured, and it was difficult for her to recover. The rest of the level 3 wizards who were injured were also not few. What happened? Suyu asked immediately as he landed. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple looked up, and her eyes were filled with joy. Suyu, you are back. When the rest of the wizards heard this, they rushed over one after another, looking both sad and happy. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple said, Suyu, we were ambushed a few months ago. Many strong wizards died, and countless were injured. Was it Nitian Hanxing? He hasn't given up yet. Suyu frowned. Unexpectedly, the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple shook her head, and there was a trace of fear on her face. It wasn't him. Suyu was surprised. Apart from Nitian Hanxing, who else would set up an ambush for the wizard tribe? It was Yongye Chomor. A huge hole suddenly appeared in front of Suyu, and a low voice came from it. It was him. The Yongye ancestor who cheated the epoch-making dragon's dragon pearl? Why did he attack the wizard tribe? Suyu was puzzled. The epoch-making dragon said, because I am his target. Oh. Suyu's eyes flickered with thought. After a while, he said, could it be that something happened while he was refining the dragon pearl, and he needed your help? The hole was silent, and in the silence, there was a suppressed rage. It said in a low voice, yes, the dragon pearl has been successfully refined. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Before refining it, Yongye Chomor already had the power of a level 1 deity. If he refined the dragon pearl, then, he wanted to absorb the power of the epoch-making dragon in the dragon pearl, but he didn't activate the dragon pearl seal, so he came to ask for it, the epoch-making dragon said. Suyu chuckled. He couldn't have thought that you would hand over the dragon pearl seal for the wizard tribe, could he? The epoch-making dragon was a heartless creature by nature, and he would never sacrifice himself for someone as insignificant as the wizard tribe. Of course not, the epoch-making dragon said. His purpose in ambushing the wizard tribe was to search their memories and analyze the weakness of the dragon scale enchantment so that he could break it from the outside. Suyu's eyes turned cold. No matter how strong a defense was, there would be a weakness, and the dragon scale enchantment was no exception. Then, who was captured? Suyu glanced at the people of the wizard tribe. They were all silent, and their faces were full of shame. The epoch-making dragon sighed softly. The most troublesome one. Suddenly, Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the Moonwatch sect master? If the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple could escape, why was he the only one captured? The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple looked ashamed. The sect master was captured to protect us. If it was him, it would be troublesome. In terms of understanding of the forbidden land of 10,000 demons, who could be more knowledgeable than the sect master, who had mastered many secrets of the wizard tribe? The wizard tribe had never stopped exploring the forbidden land of 10,000 demons. It has been 2 months. If they have really analyzed the weakness, it should be about time, right? Suyu said. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple smiled bitterly. They have it for a long time. For the past month, they have been testing it every day, and they have almost confirmed it. The void exuded a deep sense of hostility. Come on, let that ungrateful thing come to me. I will smash him into ashes. It would be you who would be reduced to ashes, wouldn't it? One was sealed, and his cultivation was only level 2. The other had the dragon pearl, and his cultivation had reached level 1. If the heaven-defying Chomor really broke through the dragon scale enchantment, the epoch-making dragon would be the one to die. Coincidentally, as if in response to the words of the epoch-making dragon, the dragon scale enchantment suddenly changed color, emitting bursts of fiery red. When the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple saw this, her face overflowed with anger. It's them. They're here again. However, unlike the past, where they would leave as soon as they explored, the dragon scale enchantment continued to change. It was as if the enchantment was being burned by a ball of raging fire, turning fiery red. This is an official attack. The epoch-making dragon took a deep breath and exuded a tyrannical aura. Hide in the void spaces. They are looking for me. The enemy was powerful, especially the terror of the heaven-defying Chomor. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. It was not a level that could be resisted by numbers alone. After a moment of hesitation, they reluctantly hid in the void spaces of various sizes. Only Suyu had no intention of retreating. Suyu, you should step back too, the epoch-making dragon said as he stared at the dragon scales that were about to melt. Suyu said, although my strength is average, I can still help you deal with it. The epoch-making dragon shook his head. No. Although your strength is not bad, you are as vulnerable as a floating cloud in front of the heaven-defying Chomor. If you die here, no one will be able to avenge me. The epoch-making dragon raised his head and sighed. Perhaps this is my fate. I can't wait for you to help me retrieve the dragon pearl. However, please continue to keep your promise. Slay the heaven-defying Chomor and avenge me. At the end of his speech, his tone was bleak, sorrowful, and filled with boundless sorrow. He stared at Suyu and said with some exhaustion, "Step back, but remember to avenge me." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of space energy swept out and sucked Suyu into a void space. Moreover, the epoch-making dragon's strength was added to it, sealing him within and preventing him from leaving. At the same time, Suyu's scent was concealed. When he was done, the epoch-making dragon roared in grief and indignation, "Heaven-defying Chomor, you little brat, get your ass in here." Crackle.